Hello, everyone. Yes, we are now live. Hello. You probably heard me talk and set up, but that's all good. Um, yes, I am Ad129, and I am here with you tonight to run Banjo-Tooie 100%. This category is quite literally 5 hours long. This is the longest Banjo-Tooie category, and so might as well submit this for really lots of lore. But yeah, without further ado, we can begin in 3, 2, 1, and go. All right. So I guess to engage with the chat a bit, I do have a question for y'all, and there is a character we're about to fight who has 3 different potion types: green, blue, and oh my gosh, what am I forgetting? Green, blue. I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting the other color. Just try, if you were to pick any of those colors, which one would it be? Jeez. I am so sorry. I am not prepared as much as I should be for this run. Yeah, we're going to be fighting our first boss here, Klungo. Very much the first boss introduction in terms of like, hey, here's how you fight enemies and bosses if you haven't played the previous game before. Alright, we got blue. Yeah, third mystery color. There we go. Alright, and so we're just fighting this boss. Nothing too special here. This is the fastest potion, blue potion, but also it is also the hardest because we have to deal with Klungo splitting up into multiple versions of himself, and so we have to just kind of not hit the wrong one, or we have to redo this whole phase. But yeah, just like that, that is our first boss. So yeah, like I mentioned, this is the 100% run that I am doing, and so there will be a lot of not only collectibles, because this is a collectathon, but also a lot of downtime. This game is very infamous for the amount of downtime there is inside the game itself, and so like, if you just see me not talk for a while and then we get to a cutscene, I just start yapping, you'll know why. But that's our first split done. I'm using splits here just because I need to keep track of everything I'm doing here. Again, such a long run, and I'm essentially trying to do this whole run by memory. Because I have been running this category since 2021, and I have been using the same route and same glitches, and so I've just been running off memory for this every single time I run this category. I mean, with my life split, according to my life split, I have 15 completed attempts and 83 attempts. I think I would be qualified to have this memorized by this point. Yeah, we just got our first Jiggy, and now it would be a great time to mention that the amount of collectibles we need to collect in this run. There are 90 Jiggies, there are 900 notes, and then a bunch of other collectibles that are miscellaneous, such as Cheeto pages, honeycomb pieces, Globos, all the moves, and a bunch of other things. We'll talk about each individual item when we get to those points, but essentially, a lot of items scattered throughout the world, and we have to collect them, as well as try to defeat the final boss. So I think that's a pretty good explanation of just general Banjo-Tooie 100% speedruns. And now we're actually going to be delving into the run itself after just a couple cutscenes. We're going to be doing our first real trick of the run here, which is White House skip. Essentially jump on top of this house, and then with a precise set of movement, we're able to get on top of this ledge we normally can't, and just skip some cutscenes that we normally would have to watch. And we are in the Wooded Hollow area now, which is where we'll spend a bit of our time for the first 10 minutes of the run, other than the actual first level of the run, which is Mayhem Temple. And then this is another very important character. Not this one in particular, but the one we're about to see right here. And this is essentially where we open every single level in the game. And so the way this works is you open levels by getting a specific number of Jiggies to unlock a new level. And so after you have that correct number of jiggies, you will go to this little area to complete a puzzle, and you'll unlock that area. And so there are, I think, 7 we have to do throughout the entire run, and they progressively get harder. So like this one's very easy. Just 5 that we need to place. Yeah, 5. I didn't see the one in the corner over here. Just like that. I'll take an 88. And then the really awesome thing about doing puzzles is we get a essentially 1 minute unskippable cutscene, just showing that we're opening the world. And so, you know, we got a lot to kind of just deal with in terms of like just cutscenes. This is like what I mean by how many cutscenes there are in this game. Yeah, all the animations in this game are so cool, especially the level opening cutscenes. Screen also gets really bright. If you are seeing my camera, I am like glowing from the white from these cutscene transitions. But hope we're excited, because we are entering our first level of the run, which is Mayhem Temple. And we're going to be collecting a large number of items like already. And so we'll talk about those items as we will collect them. There's a silo, by the way. Silos are the kind of quick travel in the game for the main hub. And so we need to get that one for save and quit we'll be doing later. And then there is our actual way of travel for each of the levels individually, which are the warps. And then now we're going to be collecting notes. Notes are our currency of the game, essentially. And so we need to collect the notes to essentially unlock new moves. And so we're going to unlock our first move here from, actually, if you recall the story of Banjo-Kazooie, Bottles, this is actually Bottles' brother, Jam Jars. And so through some boot camp type things, you just learn the move, and then now you know how to, for this one, shoot eggs anywhere you want. And so we're going to be using that decently soon. But yeah, as you can see, just going to be collecting notes, and then we're going to be meeting our very amazing friend from the previous game, Mumbo. And so here we need a thing called a Globo to essentially talk to Mumbo here so that we can do his magic to do a specific gimmick for each of the levels. So each level has a unique gimmick that goes along with it. And so for this one, it's going to be, I think, levitate. I'm not too sure on this one. The game tells you, I just don't remember all the specifics. But yeah, just giving you the basic rundown on just what we're collecting, all that, and then we'll delve into the lore of this in the whole game, because again, we are here for the lore and also an amazing speedrun that we're about to be seeing, but mainly the lore. Right, so here's Mumbo, and we're going to be doing some things already with Mumbo. There's a treble clef here, which is worth 20 notes, which is important to kind of know in terms of routing. Since that's our first time talking to the sign, it actually allows us to talk to the sign, and so we're able to just stop fall damage, and that's why I did that there, to avoid the fall damage. And then now we get to hear Mumbo's little dance and song while we activate whatever gimmick is for this level. And so essentially we're going to be using the Golden Goliath here to do some things around this area. Yep, now we're in control. Alright. Now open this door. So now this door is now open essentially forever, which is really important for us to know, because that's where we're going to be going to next after we finish this section. And we're gonna collect this Jiggy. And then this is something we're gonna do pretty often, and it's saving and quitting the game. The reason we do save and quit is because the whole, like, for example, for Golden Goliath, it takes a really long time to kind of like get out of Golden Goliath, get out of Mumbo and all this. And so we're just gonna not deal with that and just save and quit. And so now we're back here as Banjo. Banjo and Kazooie. But yeah, I guess I should explain the lore because you probably don't know who Banjo and Kazooie are. Essentially, the game before this, which is the prequel, Banjo-Kazooie, is about a bear and bird who named Banjo and Kazooie. And essentially, the lore for that game, basic rundown, is the evil witch Gruntilda wants to look much more prettier and all that, and so she wants to essentially find a way to do that and wants to find the prettiest woman in the whole land. And out of the evil cauldron that she has, she determines that Banjo's sister, Tootie, is actually the person for that. And so at the beginning of the game, while Banjo is sleeping, Grunty kidnaps Tootie, and so it is our mission to essentially save Tootie, and so we eventually do at the end of that game. But then also Gruntilda is still out there, and so at the end of Banjo-Kazooie, we essentially kill her by like making her fall to her death, and then she gets crushed by a rock. And so we'll be seeing kind of that whole thing, like at least like the cause of that. But essentially, the way Banjo-Tooie begins is it's like 5 years later or something, and Banjo-Kazooie, Mumbo, and Royston the fish, who becomes very important for the lore much later on into the run, are playing poker. And essentially what happens is Gruntilda's sisters and Plungo actually revive Gruntilda from the dead. Oop. That's okay, I can just fall down here and we'll do this again. And essentially, Gruntilda is obviously pretty upset. I think if I died and like all that, I would be pretty upset. And so Grunty is very much upset at Bear and Bird and everyone else. And so she essentially does a magic spell to essentially blow up Banjo's house. And so Banjo, Kazooie, and Mumbo realize something's wrong and they leave, but Bottles doesn't. Bottles is the person who gave us our moves in the previous game, by the way. And Bottles dies. And, you know, Gruntilda's alive and all that, and has a massive drill that digs into the hidden area of Iolo Hags. And so we try to follow her to stop her, and that is currently where we are at, because essentially we are at the beginning of the game. There's not much of the lore that we have just learned. We're just getting to know everything in terms of what we're doing. So hopefully that's a good like explanation of what we are doing so far, and then I will progressively keep adding more of the lore as we do the run. But yeah, now we're just doing some very sweet flying sections. That was really good. See if I can get this Jiggy. Flawless. Nice. I don't have a consistency at getting all those, and so the fact that I had a essentially perfect flying section, I will take that for the marathon. Yeah, we're just collecting Jiggies now, and we're going to be entering the GoldenEye section of the run. If you know this game, you know that there's a lot of GoldenEye sections, first-person shooter sections, and we're going to be doing the first one of the run here. Alright. Here we go. So we use Kazooie as a gun now, and so we're going to be essentially moving around inside of this temple to just deal with enemies and then get into the actual boss, Target Zan. So we need to collect 20 of those kind of like statue type of things to get to the boss, and there's also a hidden Jiggy at 10 of those, and so we need to kind of just get all these as fast as possible. If I remember, there are like 25 in here, and so like you do get lost in here pretty easily. Yeah, now we're just moving around in here. Oop, okay. All good. Yeah. And then now's a great time to actually mention, if you notice the file I began... Oh, come on, Banjo. I actually started with 4 seconds in the file already. That is actually because we're using a very specific pre-made file called a Jinjo manipulation file, which... The very, very, very quick summary. There are Jinjos in this game, which if you complete their family, they will give you a Jiggy. And so some span from like 1 to 2 to 3. And then there are some that are like 9. And so it is completely RNG. I think if I remember, there's like at least like 48 different patterns. And there is a specific pattern, which is the one that I'm using, which allows you to get complete 2 of the families in the first level. And which is what we did here. And so that's why we use that file and just do that. And so essentially we make the file, leave the game immediately, copy that file because there's a copying mechanic for files, and then we check if that file is valid. And so you would do that until you get the correct file. I know my setup for this cartridge took like 15 hours. It was not pleasant, but that was back in 2021. Alright, so now everyone say hi to Target Zan, our first official boss of the game. Also, we're going to be hearing this noise for 30 seconds. We're going to be shooting eggs constantly. Come on. There we go. Nice. Honestly, like being so honest, looking at the splits, I will take this Mayhem Temple. This was really good. The very common thing with Banjo-Tooie speedrunning, especially with 100%, is that you'll often... You will, especially with Tooie 100%, you will lose, like, minutes. Either by your own volition or just because the game hates you and RNG does not favor you. And so... any time save we get, anything that just, like, goes fast, I will take it. Yeah, we're done with Mayhem Temple now. We're going to be entering our next level, which is Glitter Gulch Mine. And so, we're going to do a couple things here. I'm going to actually try to do the skip. I'm very much any percent pilled. Essentially, we haven't unlocked Glitter Gulch Mine yet. And so, we're actually going to just do a very special trick here, where once we get these fire eggs, we're going to do a glitch called GGM Early. And essentially, GGM Early is a trick where there's a grate where the level entrance is, and so if you line up at the, like, kind of good enough, you'll be able to, like, beak bust, which is your ground pound, through the grate, and you'll enter the level. And so this is what I'm going to be doing right now. So there's a setup you have to do for this. There we go. First try. I'll take it. Very clean. But yeah, welcome to Glitter Gulch Mine. And we're going to do a lot of things immediately. Alright. And we're going to meet our other very favorite character, Wumba, who essentially transforms us into different characters, different little creatures, help us do tasks around the world. And so for this level, the gimmick is a detonator, because there are TNT scattered all over the place, because I don't know if you have figured it out yet, but we're inside a mine. And so I think having TNT that we need to explode is a very normal thing. Oh, okay. Actually, I'll take that. I needed to take damage at some point. Yep. Just like that. Now we're just walking around. But yeah, Wumba also requires Globos, and so that's why you'll see me grab Globos that are like not only for the requirement for 100%, but also just in general to kind of have enough for when we need to talk to Wumba or Mumba. Here we're gonna set up a trick called DCW, or Delayed Cutscene Warp. I'm not gonna talk about it yet because we don't use this trick for another 2 hours. And so just keep that word in the back of your mind, DCW or Delayed Cutscene Warp. Keep that in the back of your head. We'll come back to that. We're just gonna be grabbing more notes here. Again, 900 of these notes. Thankfully, this is the not Banjo-Kazooie. Because in Banjo-Kazooie, you have to actually collect 100 individual ones instead of the collection of 5 and the treble clefs of 20. Like, it's much more lax here, but also Banjo-Kazooie is a 2-hour run, and this is 5 hours. So, one's more fair in collectibles, but also it's just longer. Yeah, we're just doing things around here. And this is gonna be the last couple of things we'll be doing with the detonator. So, hope we enjoyed the detonator, because we're not gonna be using the detonator after this point. Right, there's one of the Jinjos we need. There we go. More no collection, which we all love to see. And now we are officially done with the detonator. And now we're gonna be Banjo for quite a while. We won't transform into a different character for another like 20 minutes or so. But yeah. I always forget to split. I've gotten so used to just doing marathon runs where I am just doing oh, I'm not supposed to be getting that. I am so used to any percent, but I am so used to doing marathon runs where I just forget to just click split and all that, and so my splits are just decently inaccurate currently. Yeah, now we are walking over here. And that move we just unlocked from Jam Jars is actually called Bill Drill. And so with Bill Drill, we'll actually be able to destroy rocks now that are in our way. And we're going to be seeing that in action just there, and then also in these rocks coming up. And then we'll be using Bill Drill a lot in future levels. All right. We do a backflip here. Nice, perfect. First try. We're gonna grab this Jiggy. A lot of this I'm very used to doing because, again, like I mentioned, I run any percent no bit clips, which is kind of like a really easy category that I do for marathons a lot. And I love doing it because it's just a very fun category to show off. And so a lot of the jiggies we're doing right now are just things we do in that category a lot. Yeah, now we're entering this very scary room of the power hub basement because there's no light in here. At least with what I'm looking at, it's pitch black. You can only see the like bars and all that. But Just like that. I breeze through this easily. I've been doing this. I've been running Banjo-Tooie for 5 years, and so I am very much used to how to do all these tricks and just also just commentate over it, because with all the tricks we're doing, there needs to be some explanation, because there's so much going on. Yeah, now we're going to be collecting more notes, obviously. We would collect that one there. Then we would collect these two. Climb all the way up here. And the really awesome thing about Jinjos is they're really well hidden. And so like that one, you would only find if you did a certain minigame probably. But just like that, we're kind of done with that. And we're going to be doing a really scary jump. And if I do mess it up, it is pretty bad. But it's not that scary. There we go. Oop, I am in a weird spot. It's a great time to mention that this game lags a lot. I am running on original hardware. And so the issue with original hardware is that your game lags a bunch. And so I need to kind of be wary of that sometimes, of just trying to reduce lag. Yeah, now we're in the swimming section. There's a specific path you take here to get a Jiggy, and that's what we're going to be doing. There we go. And we are at 1 health here, because this is something we're going to be doing a lot now. Death warping. We death warped before, but now is a great time to mention that we will now be doing death warps. And the reason why we do death warps is for like situations like that, it's much faster to just die and leave the level from there by dying than to just wait and do all that. And so that's why we death warp here. But yeah, now we're gonna be doing 3 puzzles in a row. We don't have to deal with puzzles for a while after this, like for another like 40-ish minutes. And so like if like let's say I was doing a run with like for like donation reads or blurbs, like this section is like literally, I don't even know, like at least 3 minutes long, like just putting puzzles into this, watching cutscenes. Like there's so much going on. But I'm gonna use this time to hydrate, because again, 5-hour run, we're gonna need to hydrate. And so remember to hydrate, take stretch breaks when you need to. There's gonna be a lot in this game. But yeah. So you know how we entered Glitter Gulch Mine very early? Well, now we just opened it. And now we're gonna unlock 2 more levels. This level is actually where we're gonna be going to next after we finish these puzzles. But essentially, what we're gonna be doing is this level called Witchy World is gonna be our main hub for the next 30 minutes. Because there's a lot of setup we need to do with this level. And just in general, a lot of different things we need to kind of deal with. So yeah. There's challenge 3 complete. I keep forgetting to split. Very common mistake for me. So bright. But now we are opening up the final puzzle here, which is Jolly Roger's Lagoon. And normally in any percent, this would be the final thing you would open. But again, we're doing the whole game. We're doing everything in this game. And so we're going to be opening all the puzzles beyond this, other than the final 2. Or final 3, I would say, because there's the bonus one, which, if you don't know about that one is very interesting. You essentially have to do it completely from scratch, and you have to turn them, which is... I haven't completed those. Yeah, there's that one, and then we're going to be doing another really awesome thing of this game. So we know about save and quitting already. We know about death warping, but we're going to be learning about, if I can split, we're going to be learning about resetting. And so the way resetting works in this game is the game saves per loading zone. And so once the loading zone for Jolly Roger's Lagoon's area is loaded officially, we reset the console, because then the game will save by that point. Just like that. So now we have officially opened those 3 levels, and we are completely sure of that. Yeah. You know, I love this game as well. I didn't grow up with this game. I grew up with Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong 64. But having the speedrun knowledge of both DK64 and Banjo-Kazooie, I was like, I have to speedrun this one, and then it grew to become one of my favorite runs to do. Because it's just so... There's a lot that goes into the run, but also it's just so goofy, so silly, despite how dark it is. But yeah, you might be wondering why we're back in Spiral Mountain. The reason for that is we need to save our fish Royson. There's Bottles, by the way. His ghost and his dead body, which is really morbid. But we save Royson, who's under a rock right now. And the reason we do that, actually, is he will give us 2 very awesome mechanics. He will grant us, essentially, a faster swim by holding A and B, but also a double health. And so we're going to be using that to our advantage now, because... Oops, come on. Get out of the water. That's going to be very important in Jolly Roger's Lagoon, because that whole level is underwater. But we're not going to worry about that. Hope everyone enjoyed Royson's appearance. We have saved Royson. He's now in safe water. Yeah. Thank you for good luck, Mash. Alright, hope we enjoy long RNG segments. Because essentially, we're going to be doing Witchy World, which is 30 minutes long for the first version of it. And there are at least 4 to 5 different RNG points, and one of them is a very large meme, which we'll get into. But we're gonna leave Plateau and enter Pine... Oh, forget the name of it. 1 second. Pine Grove. There it is. I always forget the name of this area. We're gonna unlock another egg. So we have fire eggs, regular eggs, and grenade eggs. And so now we have an explosive. And this is very useful for us to have an explosive, because this will allow us to essentially open different areas that would normally be blocked out by like a rock or like a grate, for example. And you're going to see that in action real soon. But something I forgot to mention, and honestly, I really love Witchy World's music, is just the music in this game is just so... The vibes are there, and I love that about this game, is the music is like perfectly an aesthetic to what we are currently doing. And especially with Witchy World, with there being 5 different themes, or 5 total themes of each corresponding area, like that Area 51 section, a space section, a western section, and then just straight up hell. I'm not even joking about that. We're going to be going into hell in like 5 minutes. Alright, And then we're gonna do another mini game here. The gimmick of this level as well is there's a lot of mini games, and with Witchy World, it's a great place to introduce that this game will have a butt ton of mini games that we have to complete. That's also why this section is so long. Like, in my splits, Witchy World is just entirely one split for two reasons. One, there's just so much that goes into it, but also for one of the RNG factors coming up, like, it completely dictates, like, whatever you do in this section. Yeah. I missed a jump there, but it's completely fine. It's a really precise jump. But we're just here to grab this Jinjo. And we're going to climb all the way up here. And then look away as much as we can, because again, this is a lot of lag. Stand here. We can do a fast grab like that. Perfect. And we're going to do a tightrope walk, essentially. Not really, because not that scary. To hit a switch down there. And then we're going to fall down here. And then this is like at least a 30-second cutscene, so I'm going to stretch. Now, we get a amazing view of the whole level, though. All right. Backflip, get this honeycomb, if I can get the proper beak bust. Alright, this beak bust is giving me a bit of trouble. There we go. And then here I need to listen for a specific audio cue, so I don't mess this up. Oop, too early, okay. I need to get the victory theme and this cutscene to happen at the same time. And so, you're given like, I think like a 20 frame window to hit this. Or you have to either do this right again, but like the shorter version, or you have to reset the console to kind of just do a different route. And so, there it is. I'll take a second try. Because if you hit the switch, it loads the cutscene that we are trying to skip here, for that delayed cutscene warp, which again, I'm not going to describe yet, because it needs to be described when we actually begin to use it. But we're going to see Wumba again, and I really hope we enjoy honking noises from a van, because we're about to be turning into a kind of like a bank van, and the strat here is mash B as fast as you can, because you honk, and that saves like 1 frame per like second. And so we're just going to be honking. The community meme at this point for this van is just mash B, because that's just what we're doing for the next like minute and a half. The reason why there's a honk button in the first place is because there are going to be doors here that are only accessible by the van, and you would normally just honk at them to open it. But since we're kind of just mashing the button, we kind of just don't have to worry about kind of pressing B, because we're already doing that. That's also a very consistent theme with this run, is we're going to be mashing a lot of different buttons at different points. If you know the game already, you know about the Canary Mary stuff. The honk spam isn't new. It's just something we've been doing for a while. Most people don't do it just because, again, 1 frame is just very, like, do you really need the 1 frame or a couple frames in a 5 hour long run? And I just think it's funny because, again, we're honking in this like whole run. Oh. Alright. I'm going to do a bit of a reroute right now. I realized that I just completely forgot an entire skip or entire move. And so I'm just going to do a quick reroute after we're done with the van section. But yeah, now we're entering hell. Hope everyone enjoys lava and just everything, because this is the inferno. And and I'm also going to be very happy once we're done mashing. Oh yeah, also, the van is very much invincible. The van cannot die, and the van just kind of just runs people over that are in our way. And so that's going to be a very common thing we're going to be doing when we're in the van, but we'll have one more van section in this level, and then we're done with the van. Grab that Globo right there, and then we're just gonna de-transform. Alright. Yeah, I hope we're enjoying the run so far. Again, we are gonna be seeing this for a pretty long time, and so hope everyone is as cozy as everyone can get, because we're going to be here for a while. Alright, and then here we open these vendor shops of the fry specifically, because we do need fries for a mission slash activity we'll be doing very, very soon. And that will be the entire, oh my gosh, I can't think of the Boggy family, and so we're going to be dealing with returning children to their mother and the whole large side quest. But we'll get into that because we're going to find out where these, at least where some of them are. I'll wait for this to open up. There we go. Alright. I don't see Soggy here, and Groggy's not here either. Which means we get to just do this section right now. And now we're just going to be climbing a very large spiral tower with these guys coming around, so I got to be kind of careful where they are spawning in. You just need to jump around there, and then you'll avoid them very easily. Oh, okay. I'm surprised I avoided that one. Alright. Do a backflip here. If we do a Talon Trot, we're able to just grab the Jiggy. And then if I time my Flutter, I should take fall damage, but not die. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. Also, something I really love about this is we're in the Inferno, and like Mumbo Skull is like the same in most levels, but then for like some of them, like for this one, like it's just like very much Inferno themed. I just love the little details this game has in terms of like creating the atmosphere that we are currently in. But yeah, we're gonna be doing another Mumbo section. Hopefully we love the Mumbo dance, because not only we're going to be seeing that so much in this run, but we're going to be seeing it 3 times within the next like 2 to 3 minutes. We're going to be dancing a lot. I'm going to warp to the beginning again. Very important thing we need to keep note of in this run is what warps we have and don't have. Because a thing that we have to kind of work around is menuing. And so trying to reduce as much menuing as possible is very important. Yeah. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. See that, like, just everyone's chilling out. I am also very much chilling out. This run has so much downtime that I'm just always I'm like calm and just doing this. And then I have my snacks next to me for when I need those. Alright. That's one. And then we're gonna warp back. And we're gonna actually warp to Space Zone, which is our next area. And then let's get a drum roll to see if we get Groggy in a good spot. Oh, okay. That's really awesome game. So, what I was checking is locations on these children, because specifically for one member, Groggy, if Groggy is not in this area or in the Inferno, that means he's in the train station. And that's really bad because train station stuff loses around a minute. And so there used to be an emote, I don't know what it's called, but it's like Groggy in train station losing 1 minute and killing the run or something. Like, it became like a community meme. Because all this is just random. The one thing you can control is the Jinjo stuff. You cannot control anything else in terms of RNG in this game. Which is really fun. Because you could have like the world's best run of like 100% and it would just like die because you just got bad RNG. So, love. This game is fun to run, but sometimes the RNG makes it not fun. But that's okay. Yeah, now we've activated everything we needed so far. And I actually haven't been taking damage, actually, so I need to start taking damage. And this is when we get introduced to the Minjos. Essentially, they're Jinjos, but evil, and we can't collect them. I'm surprised he's not killing me. There he goes. Alright. Hope, I'm gonna say this a lot. This is gonna be the common bit. Hope we enjoyed the van, because we're gonna be doing another van section. This time it's like 30 seconds, but still a van section. There we go. And then we're gonna go back to Space Zone, because we actually have to turn in a coin to open up this area coming up. Oh, okay, there we go. There's Moggy, I think. So, Moggy, I think this is the second best spot where Moggy could be. And so I'll take that. And then I think Soggy might be in the Wild Zone, or whatever it's called, the western area. And so I will take the kid RNG other than Groggy. Groggy was the only bad one, and honestly, it's fine. It means I get to showcase the Groggy stuff even further. But we're done with the van, and now we're entering kind of the final section of the Witchy World segment, Witchy World 1 segment, which is minigames. And so we're going to be doing a lot of fun minigames, including Dodge 'em Dome, which is essentially just, what would you call it? It's kind of like bumper cars, that's what it is. So we're doing some bumper cars. We're going to be climbing some stars after that. And then we're going to be doing a section of the run, which is essentially splitting up with Banjo and Kazooie so that we have solo stuff. So we're going to do a couple minigames with that. And I'll talk about those later. Yeah, we're going to climb up here. Grab that Jinjo. And going to begin Dodge 'em Dome. Yeah, not much to talk about here, so I'm just gonna eat some snacks and then let my boys rest for a bit. I've been talking for like 50 minutes. Alright. This is also where we hit Moggy. That's one of those solved already. Yeah, no, I agree. This is such a fun minigame. It's a good balance of fair and fun, but also active, like, distractment of, like, what you're trying to do. Especially with, like, how some of these work. Especially the one in the yellow helmet. Like, that one specifically just goes out to destroy some of the bulbs that were, or the twinklies, that's what they're called. From like you collecting them, so like they'll walk and eliminate it from you grabbing it. Like it's absolutely evil. And it's always the the best ones, like, that are right in your path. Yeah, now we're at Star Spinner. Actually, Soggy could be here. Okay, she's not. Okay. Just need to verify that one. That means we get to do a really fun Death Warp. If I don't almost accidentally die. There it is. All right. Yeah, we have one more section left in this area, and then we'll be done with Witchy World for now. We won't come back to Witchy World for like 2 hours or like an hour and a half after this. It's completely okay. Yep, there she is. Yep, I will feed you your fries. And then, who's excited for some split up? Because we're about to do that right now. After this enemy gets out of my way, so I don't actually explode myself. So, this is the main gimmick of this game, I would say. Like, if you were to define this game with a specific move, this would be the move, because this move essentially allows you to separate from being Banjo-Kazooie and just become solo Banjo, solo Kazooie. And so you're going to do a lot of sections where you have to, like, for example, this room coming up, the pump room, there are 2 switches you need to press to activate the inflation of the bounty house. And so you need to land on this switch, but then also go to Kazooie and hit a different switch. And so split up is very much a gimmick that they play into a lot into this game. And so we're going to be seeing this in action a lot. Yeah, here's a cutscene. I'm gonna turn on light. You are signed. Oh, there it is. Wow. Now you can see me though, and I probably won't be like blinded as much from the screen. Yeah, and then now we're gonna do a minigame as Kazooie. Go. So this is Hoop Hurry. Essentially, we need to get 30 points to beat this minigame, and you have 60 seconds to do it, and there are 3 different types. Red, which gives you, red hoop, which gives you 1 point, green, which gives you 2, and then blue, that gives you 3. And so, our goal is to just get 30, and then we're going to be doing a specific glitch after this, which is a duplication glitch. So we're just trying to get 30 as fast as possible. There we go, that's our 30. And then we're going to be needing a lot of eggs, and so we're able to poop out eggs here, and we're able to recollect them, and so we're able to just get infinite eggs with when we're under this minigame and a different, couple different minigames. And so now we have 100, just like that. And so now we don't need to worry about at least blue eggs for a while. And right now, we're just waiting for this minigame to be over, and then we're gonna just Death Warp out of here. Fun fact is, if you actually do that duplication glitch in the Xbox version, it will actually crash the game. And so, if you ever have intentions of running this game and you get to this section where you have nothing to do not duplicate eggs, because you will crash your game. Which is really funny because the game can handle so much, but just some simple duplication of just eggs. But honestly, it's on par with just how janky this game is. Alright. Now we're going to be entering our next minigame. Our final minigame, actually, for the level. And that is Balloon Burst. And this one's another 60-second minigame. And we need to collect 50 points. And we're essentially flying in the air, infinite eggs and all that. And we are just shooting eggs. Same system of points. Red is 1, green is 2, and blue is 3. And so we're just shooting balloons until we get to 50. Or until as whatever points you want to get for it. Again, you don't get anything out of it if you get more than 50. But you just get to just say, oh, hey, here's like 69 points, or here's whatever meme number you want. Just because it's funny. I am having a decently difficult time trying to pop some of these, but it's completely fine. So there's that, and so now we have 2 Jiggies to collect. And we're gonna actually do a really awesome thing here, where after this text is done, you might be wondering why I flew all the way up here. Well, it's actually because we can do a ground pound or a beak bust and take some damage, because we're actually gonna be death warping after we collect these 2 Jiggies. Right here. Big damage, there we go. So now anything can kill us. We're gonna climb up here, top of the castle. There we go. Collect this Jiggy. Oh, after I do a bill drill, that happens a lot. Okay, if I can collect the Jiggy, please. Banjo. Banjo, you are not cooperating today. Come on. We got a speedrun to do. Go. And then we just Death Warp. Yeah, just like that, we are done with Witchy World 1, at least. Again, we lost time because of just bad RNG and all that. But yeah, we're out of Witchy World. I'll take a 1 hour exit of that. And then now we're going to be entering Jolly Roger's Lagoon. And so this segment is very short. We do a couple things, but this is also where I need to pull out my route. This is, when I mentioned RNG earlier, there are also codes that we quote-unquote have to memorize, but they change every time in the sense of there are like 4 different codes, and that's random. And so, I have those written down, but I just need to check those. And so that's the only thing I don't have memorized in this run. It's just the codes and all that. Yep, gonna do this. And then we're just gonna be doing some moving around here until we get into Jolly Roger's Lagoon, so yeah. Gonna keep resting my voice again. We have 4 more hours of this. But I forgot to say, happy 1 hour of this run. That's a thing we do a lot in the community of just, hey, you're 1 hour in, congrats. Hope you enjoy the dread of whatever is left. Especially when we do a marathon called the 301, which is a solo completion of Banjo-Kazooie, Tooie, and Donkey Kong 64 in one sitting. And that whole thing takes, like, at least for me, 13 hours. And so, like, we definitely do it there of like, hey, happy, like, 7 hours. Hope you can enjoy DK64, because that's probably, like, when you'll start DK64 or something. I don't know, I'm just yapping. Alright. We opened that train. Trains become more important later in the run. But yeah. Now we have a 4th type of egg. This is the ice eggs. And so ice eggs are also really important because we are now going to use these as not only things to freeze things with, so like we can freeze this enemy if we really wanted to, or for a section coming up, kind of like freeze up an enemy. But also, when we unlock our final type of egg, we will actually be using the ice eggs as a thing called the tester egg. And so we'll get into how clockworks work. The first hour or so of this run is a lot of, hey, here's basic glitches. You don't really break the game much. Once we enter, after we finish this segment and we finish Klungo 2, we are gonna break the game a lot. And so, if you think the glitches we've done so far are broken, you are in for a treat, because the glitches coming up in this run are just wild. Yeah, now we're just doing some fancy movements with Solo Kazooie. Collecting some doubloons. Doubloons are very important because they are required for a collectible we'll be getting before we fight the final boss. Because we come back here for the final boss. And yeah, we need to collect 20 of those, and so we might as well start collecting these now since we're just here. Alright. I'm gonna do a really funny thing. Let's die on the jet ski. Oh, I fell off. Alright. If you know this room, you know what's coming up, but I'm gonna read this text, like, series of events. We're Jollies. I'm gonna blow up this door. Well, really? That was a brand new door. Have you any idea how much they cost these days? We don't have to pay him anything. We just break that door and we just have a new move. And then we just get the heck out of here. But now we can shoot underwater. That's the really awesome thing about this room. We get to just shoot eggs underwater and do a lot of awesome things with that. Should probably open my route now, so I can have this code, the codes coming up. Right. And then yeah, a lot of the like one sections, I am surprised that worked. Is kind of setting up for what we would do in the revisit of the level, and so like what I just did there with that explosive is opening up an area that we do in Jolly Roger's Lagoon 2, but we just do it then because we're like essentially there already. Might as well do that there. Ooh. Oh, I'm so surprised I grabbed that. Alright, so now we're gonna see Royson's move in action now. I'm holding A and B, and now we are swimming much faster. And then we also have double the air that we would normally have, which is you would have 60 seconds underwater before you start taking damage. But here I think you have, either 100 or oh, I did not shoot the octopus. I think you have either 120 seconds or 100 seconds. But here's our first code. I'm gonna have to actually... Hi to me. Perfect. We have a code here. Again, there are 3 codes that it could be. And so we got pi, sigma, omega, sigma, delta, delta. Which I think that is the fastest pattern. But yeah, now we unlocked another move. We're gonna unlock a lot of moves before we get the actual move we need. But that one is to even progress, so we need to actually collect that one specifically. But now that we are in Atlantis, essentially, we will be doing another Wumba section, which is the submarine. But we'll get into submarine once we actually do that in like 2 seconds. Right. So that's a move we just got with jam jars, which is Talon Torpedo. And there are fish called seamies, which essentially have a collectible that you have, and you need to use Talon Torpedo to essentially grab the collectible, and so that's why we did that. But now we're gonna become the submarine. Now we're gonna have a really fun section with the submarine. And see a question in the chat of how many bonks we have had or missed. Yeah, we have had 0 bonks so far, which is really surprising, but I hope I didn't just jinx myself. But I'll talk more about the bonks once we get a bonk, because in my time of running this game, in my knowledge of this game, no one has gotten a bonkless run. So I doubt today will be any different. Alright, that's not Sigma. No, that is Sigma. I need to refine my skills in the Greek alphabet. Where's Omega? Okay, and then Sigma again. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, no, statistically it's like very like it's not essentially not possible. It is possible. It's just very not possible. And so I don't bet that we get a bonkless run. I expect a bonk at some point. I mean, okay, to be fair, we are also just getting some of the, like, bad RNG. So maybe the bad RNG we're getting right now is gonna lead towards a bonkless run. Who knows? Something I do here a lot. Where is the locker? There it is. Is I actually put away my reticle because it does cause a lot of lag. or a decent amount of lag. And so we just put it away just because we don't want to really deal with that time loss. But hope we enjoy this boss coming up. I label this as the worst boss because I don't like this boss. But it's Lord Woofak. Essentially, there are two phases. First phase, we have to shoot some boils on him. And they light up corresponding to whatever they are. Wow, okay. So, I just got perfect boil RNG. Which, if you don't know how rare that is really rare. See if I can hit him from here. Yeah, it's all good. Wait for him to turn around so I can hit him. There we go. You know, getting a perfect boil RNG is very, like statistically, that one's not as impossible as a bonkless run, but the odds of it is just really small. But this is, other than like a couple hiccups, this was essentially a perfect Lord Woofak fight. So hopefully you enjoyed that. That was like essentially perfect. All right. So we have another minigame coming up. I forget what this one's called. It's like it's some explosive thing. But we're gonna head towards here, and we'll be done after this with this minigame. With Jolly Roger's Lagoon, and we'll be entering the most broken part of the run, which is the rest of the run. All right. So here, same concept. We just blow up a lot of these mines. We have to be very careful because these do blow up on us, and if you do blow these up too close, you will actually take damage. And I have had one run in my time of running where I have died in this minigame and lost like 2 to 3 minutes. Like, it was brutal. Rats. I'm surprised I'm not collecting that. Come on, submarine. Alright, and then we save and quit here because, again, the whole process of getting out with the submarine, doing all that, it takes too long, and so we're just going to skip that. We're just going to save and quit. Yeah, now we are done with that. We finished the first segment of the run, the first hour and 15. We still have a bunch left, but things are going to pick up rapidly now, because we are now going to be unlocking a move called Clockworks, which Clockworks break this game in half. If you haven't seen a Banjo-Tooie run, and specifically a 100% and no DCW run, this trick just completely allows you to do so many different things you normally would have to do, like backtracking, a bunch of things we would waste a lot of time to doing. And so we get to do a clockwork section, which can be a bunch of different things, and you'll see what I mean, because clockworks are very useful. But hope everyone enjoyed the blue potion, because now you get to pick between a red or green potion. Put your vote in the chat on what you think it is. I'm gonna guess it's red. And This is all RNG, by the way. There's no way you can really know until he pulls it out. Hey! I completely guessed there. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Everyone say bye to Klungo. We're not going to be seeing Klungo anymore. Everyone say bye. Oh my god. That was a perfect push. Sorry, there's so many things that have never happened to me, and I'm getting them in this run. Essentially, you can use Klungo to push you towards the loading zone, like much more closer. I've never had it where he essentially pushed me right at where it is. That is amazing. All right. Hopefully the Jinjos up here, I hear 2 of them, aren't too bad. Okay, I don't know which one it is. There we go. If you've never played the game, that one would throw you off so much. Okay, we're gonna warp back to open another level, actually the level next to us, called Pterodactyl Land, but we're not gonna do that for a while, like for another 20 minutes. But we get to do another fun puzzle. What's your guesses on what I'm gonna probably get? Your range is in the 70s, maybe even 60s if I do decently bad. But your range is 70. Oh, no, this one goes up here. Oh, wow. I am not puzzle brained today. Yeah, actually, the 60s is much more of what I'm gonna probably get. Yeah. It's okay. Remember to hydrate. Especially with us being an hour in already. All right. So that 5th egg we just unlocked, we get 10 of those. It's very important to know we have to keep track of that number constantly. In the route that I use, and in every single Banjo-Tooie route, there will always be a number on when you use a clockwork. And it's how many you should theoretically have if you have a perfect run, or at least a guesstimate on what you need to have by that point of the section. So here's a little clockwork, little bird, you know, very cute. So that's how you use it. You can collect collectibles with the clockwork. But we're gonna immediately do a glitch with clockworks, and this glitch is called a clockwork warp. And so this one can go decently bad if I mess it up, but we're gonna hope, and just gonna really hope I don't mess this up. There's a setup for this one especially, so theoretically I don't mess this up, especially with that first try setup. And then we just poop a grenade egg, just like that, first try. And so we blow ourselves up with the clockwork to enter the loading zone, because clockwork can enter loading zones. And if we actually take damage as the clockwork is entering the loading zone, that like 2 seconds of entering the loading zone here, if the clockwork blows up, you'll turn into Banjo, and so you'll be transitioned into the area with Banjo instead of the clockwork. And so it's very useful for a lot of situations to access areas very, very early. We use it to our advantage a lot in this run. And so that's why when I said that clockworks break this game in half, I mean it. But again, we're going to be completing Mayhem Temple as much as we can here. So we enter Pterodactyl Land for 1 collectible to finish this side quest of getting a kind of like trophy, whatever it is, back to the rightful owner who we just saw there, because the Ungabungas here stole that, and so now the Ungabunga is stressing out because they lost this precious item, and I forget his name. We're probably gonna find out very soon. Actually, I don't know his name, but he's gonna be like, "Oh, thank you so much. Here's a Jiggy for your work." So yeah. This cutscene also plays because we were entering this area for the first time. Normally, if you talk to him, he'll be like, "Hey, please save me," and it will open this area up. But we're not going to do that because, again, we entered this area with a clockwork and broke, kind of essentially just glitched the game to let us in there very early. But we're going to be entering another fun section of clockworks. I forgot to split again. Again, common theme with me, I can't split. And grenade eggs, and I'm actually gonna wait for a clockwork here. Because again, we are very tight on clockworks in this run. It won't be too much of an issue in this first 2 levels of clockworks, but once we enter Pterodactyl Land, which is after this section and Glitter Gulch Mine 2, we will be very tight on clockworks, and so we need to be very careful. But yeah. Nice. You can see what I mean. Like, I'm just getting a lot of this stuff down very quickly. Alright, gotta be kind of careful here with the movement. Now I need to pull up my notes again for... Oh, okay. Good thing I grabbed that extra one. That happens somewhat frequently with me, is I click the wrong set of buttons and I just shoot an egg by accident. And that time it was actually really bad because I had a clockwork. That's completely okay. Thankfully, you do a clockwork shot here, but I don't go for this because it's such an... At least for me, it's an inconsistent shot. So I just grab this Jiggy normally. Alright. So here we're a prison compound. We have to enter a specific code similar to the Greek letters in first try. I'll take it. Because that's actually the only one I have memorized of that set. Essentially, we have this code that you would normally have to like talk to a lot of the characters in this level to figure out. But again, same way as Jolly Roger's Lagoon, predetermined codes. Just gotta write those specific ones down, and so you could memorize them. I don't, just because I am lazy, just like that. I'm just a girl. Yeah, we're back in Glitter Gulch Mine though, which I really like Glitter Gulch Mine too. It's a very chill section. All right, we're gonna do a cutscene skip here, but I do need to take damage for it. There we go. We're gonna enter this cave, which will have a very fabled character. If you know this character, we're gonna be saving Canary Mary right now. This is Canary Cave. She's imprisoned, but if we die at the same time we free her like that, we actually skip the cutscene that would go along with that, and so we don't need to worry about that cutscene playing, which is really awesome because that cutscene is like 35 seconds long. We don't want to watch that, especially with this run. Yeah, I'm very happy with how my memory is doing, by the way. Again, like I said, other than the codes we've seen so far and that are coming up, I have this whole route by memory. To the details of like specific types of movement we do. And so that's why when I saw this get accepted for this, I was like really excited because I finally get to show off 100% in a context where I'm doing it for a marathon, and I get to just like essentially flex that I can do this by memory, which is really awesome. But yeah, shout outs to me running this game for essentially 5 years. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. That's one of the hard things of trying to get this game memorized for me. Oh, okay, nice fall damage. Is if I do a glitch and I do I just keep messing it up, I like will kind of ingrain the mistake more than the actual trick, and then I have to like actively fight that. Yeah. I'll wait for this one. No, I don't. I was just too scared to go for it. Oh, where did my talent strike go? That's what's interesting. All right. I hope we like those first-person shooter sections again, because we're gonna see one right now with the ordnance storage. Darn Z button. Yeah, so true. All right, ordnance storage time. So we unlock a move here called Beak Bayonet, which essentially allows you to just kind of attack things with Kazooie. And so the gimmick with this level is that we actually cannot shoot any of the TNT in here with eggs, or you'll blow up the entire mine. And so we need to use Beak Bayonet to destroy them. We're given 200 seconds here. We complete this in 80. So for this one, and then another one coming up, or at the end of the run actually, which is Clinker's Cavern. For that one specifically, there are actually ILs for like how fast can you complete the minigame. Because there's a menu feature of essentially doing all the minigames from the game all over again and trying to get high scores. And so people try to beat this one, and then also the one in Grunty Industries as fast as you can. I know I have a really good time in Clinkers because I just like that one in general, but I also have a decent time in this one. Oh, come here, TNT. Alright, this is a little where I take out grenade eggs for the reason of I'm going to start taking purposeful damage. Because I do Death Warp out of here. Like that, and then we try this final one. And we are very much in a corner. And so, you know what the solution is for that? I hope we know what the solution is, chat. We've done it a lot already. You Death Warp. And this puts us at the entrance of the whole mine, which is where our very well-deserved Jiggy is. There we go. Boom. And then we're going to be doing Canary Mary 1 and 2. I'm going to actually start singing. We are very much needing a stretch break. And these are very easy. Like, it's just... And all you do is mash A. That's the point of this minigame. But for the first one, you literally just do a casual mash. Like, I don't even, like, do much. Because I need to save my energy for the ending. Where we have to essentially do this whole thing again, but faster. Yo, what's up, Toro? Thank you for the good luck. And I am indeed having fun. Yeah, and thank you for the good luck. Yeah. Thankfully, Canary Mary 1 and 2 are very easy, like I said. But around 2.5 hours from now, we'll be doing Canary Mary 3 and 4. And those ones I definitely will need good luck for, because those ones are long. Alright. We're gonna have to time this canary ending, where we almost lose. Oh, I didn't get it. Essentially, that camera angle causes lag, but if we time it where canary lands at right as you finish, you'll actually not have that camera change. You'll save a couple seconds because of the lag. But again, it's kind of hard to do that. Yeah, we're gonna do a couple more things here just before we do the second version of it, which is getting that Jinja right there and grabbing this very important warp. And then who's ready for round 2? This one I do a bit of more of a like stronger mash, just because this one she goes faster. But again, not much strain that I do here, because again, we need to save our energy for the final one. It's something I do here. Like, during most of my runs, the thing I love doing here is just, I just go on my phone and I, like, scroll through, like, Blue Sky or something. Like, this is literally, like, a POV of what I do in my runs, of just, like, scrolling through, like, Blue Sky while I'm doing Canary Mary. It's the only, like, non-real break that you get, where you just, like, can just do this, but you still have to, like, mash A and all that, because you still have to be, like, kind of engaged on where she is. Yeah, let's see if I can do it again here. Yeah, just like that. That's what I was trying to do. And then that saves time. And she flies away, and then we'll see her again in 2.5 hours. So everyone, say bye to Canary for now. And we're gonna do a really awesome strat here. If I don't lose my speed shoes here. There we go. We're gonna warp the Mumbos. Remember those notes I didn't collect in this area? Well, we're gonna collect them with speed shoes, but first we have to do a kind of side quest, if you would want to call it that, to grab a Jinjo. And so another really useful thing with Clockworks is kind of shooting through cracks that are accidentally built into the game. And one very easy one is just like that. I don't even need a tester for that one. We just shoot inside the jail right there. We don't need to explode it with the detonator. And just grab that Jinjo just like that. Saves a lot of time in terms of backtracking. Yep, we're gonna grab these notes here. And I did this really fast. I normally don't have the speed shoes when I enter in here. But we're gonna do another Mumbo section. I've labeled this section in my splits as the bathroom break 1, because this is a 2-minute cutscene of just transporting a rock. And like I name in my splits, it's a bathroom break. We get 2 bathroom breaks in this run, thankfully, because again, there's so much downtime, and some of these downtimes is literally just we're moving a rock that takes like 2 minutes for some reason. Yeah. Here's the cutscene. I skipped that text. And now I'm here. Hi, everyone. Hi. I'm standing up for like the second time in this run. I'm gonna be standing up and just doing stuff. To like just like get blood flow around everywhere. Because again, you're sitting down for a long time. Enjoy the mumbo dance though. Also a great time to just get my snacks. I love this section because it's just bits of the Jiggy theme, and it's all just like like small bits until you actually complete the Jiggy. I think that's like a really cute thing the game does. Again, the small details in this game just make it so great. But yeah, we're gonna be doing another thing here. Gonna be activating the train. We're gonna be saving the train finally, which allows us to do a very important kind of setup here. For a lot of Jiggies and in terms of like story. Alright. And we're gonna Death Warp. Shout out to that shovel for an easy Death Warp. Alright. And then we're almost done with Glitter Gulch Mine. So we're gonna warp to the train station, and we're gonna do, in terms of lore, decently important. We're gonna be fighting a boss called Chuffy. And Chuffy is a boss that essentially has control over the entire train, and so we need to kill Chuffy, or quote-unquote kill Chuffy, so that we can use the train. And so we have to go inside the train here, fight him. Yep, there we go. And then I've labeled this as a really interesting strat name, which I will not read actually, because again, it's a community-made one. But essentially, we're gonna kind of poop out an ice egg, so that I can hit him at first, and then we zoom in to essentially deal more damage to him. So just like that, that's the first hit of it. And then, oh, Banjo, you are not cooperating. There we go. And then the more ice eggs, or more damage really, that we deal with him, he'll lose more parts of his body, and so now he's just legs running around, and we're just going to be shooting the rest of the body here, and then once he's dead, that's a Jiggy right there. Alright. Just like that, we are done with Glitter Gulch Mine. Alright. And now we're gonna be entering. This is where the difficulty now spikes up in the run, because this will be essentially the part where all the glitches just ramp up in difficulty, and so we're gonna be locking in much more in this section of the run. I guess like the more second half you would call it, and you're gonna be seeing a lot of clockwork shots, and so you got a little like a taste of clockwork shots in the previous 2 levels, but we're not gonna be doing a whole heck of a lot of them. Clockworks are the best, yes. Important mechanic to mention. I talked to Jam Jars there again, where we would clockworks. The reason we do that is actually he gives you a refill of all your clockworks, and so I had 4 there, and getting a refill of 10 would be a lot of time just getting those individually, and so that's why we collected those when we did, or at least we talked to Jam Jars, because it's much faster to do that, and especially with this level, we need like at least 9 of those clockworks, so we're very tight on clockworks in this section. There we go. There we go. Jeez. I know. I don't remember this meme much, but I know when I joined the community, it was a big meme of just the music here and how someone added lyrics to them, and they're in German. I don't know what they actually are, but I know they're like pretty funny. But it's like "Wo ist Kazooie" or something like that. And it's like, okay. Like it fits the music, but also just why. It's like oh, I can't think of like the gourmet race theme and like the different like types of like meme lyrics that people have added to them. Oh, come on, I need a death warp here. All right. So here's gonna be our first major clockwork shot. We're gonna, oh, actually, first thing, we're gonna do a thing here called hitbox extensions, which essentially allows us to collect different objects through the walls. And so we use an egg, we shoot an egg in and do a beak bust, and that will give us enough of a push through and through the wall to allow us to collect items. So we do that a lot in this run as well. Specifically in the later half of the run as well, alongside clockwork shots. Again, the later half of the run is very much, like, it's more broken. Okay. And then we're gonna do this setup. That work? I was gonna say, that didn't work. I didn't hear the second explosion. It's okay. Essentially, we're trying to blow up a clockwork here. These are called PAL warps, because on the PAL version, these actually, the standard clockwork warp where we take damage ourselves actually isn't a thing on the PAL versions, and just every other version in on Tooie. And so we call them PAL warps because you destroy the clockwork instead, so that you're able to transform back into Kazooie and all that. But we are now here at the Terry fight. Everyone say hi to Terry. She is a very disgruntled parent. You know, I think I would too if like a random bear just came into my nest. Oh, I am. Oh, okay. Looks like we are not gonna get this cycle. She maybe. But I'll take a 14. I think that's what it was. You were hearing it at the moment? Yeah, no. I can't unhear it either. Like once like a friend like mentioned it to me, like I don't unhear it. Yeah, where is Kazooie? I think it's what that means. Oh, I thought that was gonna be Clockworks. It's fine. I don't need Clockworks. Who needs Clockworks? Let's be so honest. Oh, okay, yep, we're not getting this cycle. Oh, we got 2-cycle Terry. That was the weirdest 2-cycle Terry, by the way. If you know how a 2-cycle Terry looks, that was not conventional. That was just completely like luck that I even got the 2-cycle. But we get 2 Jiggies out of this now, and then we're gonna do a long section. So I'm just gonna eat some snacks. Because again, this section is kind of boring before we get into the hardest section of this level. All right, I'm running on a monitor, and so I don't normally have audio. And for specifically Witchy World, I do need audio for like hearing that specific audio cue. And so I had my monitoring on, including the output. But now that I don't need it, I turned it back off, and now I have just my music playing. So everyone's gonna enjoy the Kazooie noises, and I'm gonna essentially just like kind of not hear it anymore, just because a lot of different things with running Banjo-Tooie on a monitor. But I essentially just don't need any more audio cues. I also just do my runs with no audio a lot of the time. This run just requires that one audio cue. Oh. Okay. Don't hit me. Okay. That was really scary. That pterodactyl there really can make your day worse by killing you, like midair. And so thank goodness I don't have to deal with that. Alright. So Stomping Plains, very simple concept. There will be a giant foot that comes out of nowhere. And if we do get hit by that foot, we lose all of our health except for 1, and then we'll die if we get stomped again. Which can be bad, but we do this section really fast, and so this is how we do this section. Nice. Hey, nice. That was really good. All right. We are now in the hardest section of the run. Hope we're excited. Because I know I'm not. This is the section I was practicing before this run. Because this section can very much go wrong. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was really good. Okay. Oh, I think I am surprised I made it. All right, another move, everyone. Springy step shoes. This one's actually a really useful move as well, thankfully. All right, and now we are at I'm bad at dinosaur names. We're essentially at a dinosaur's family, and like their cave, and so we're gonna have to solve the issues that all the children have, including a variety of issues such as being too small, to being sick, to not even being here. And so we're gonna have to solve these issues, and that will grant us one Jiggy. So this is one of the longer Jiggies in the run, just because of what we have to do, and we don't even collect this for another hour. All right, and then we're gonna have another clockwork section here. We're actually gonna go into this one specifically, because this one will have one of the Unga Bungas, I think is what they're called. And we need to blow up all of these ones because this will grant us a Jiggy, because they are in the way. And they are very much making the world much worse, and we're just trying to save the world, essentially. This is essentially what this run is. We save the world from all the different perils that each of the worlds have, including Grunty's own doing. And while we're at it, it's more of a, we just do it in a very glitch fashion. And so, lore-wise, it doesn't really make sense. But you know what? It's okay. It happens. Alright, here's the part where I would... I need some good lucks here from everyone, because these clockwork shots coming up are very weird. Actually, it's after this one. Go. A lot of lag, by the way. Oh, I didn't land. It's completely fine, though. Honestly, since I'm flying, I'm just gonna save myself a clockwork right now. As long as I can grab this Cheeto page mid-air. Nice. Just like that. We would normally do a clockwork shot there, but since I saved my flight, I might as well just do it the safe way. Save a clockwork just in case. We are doing a marathon after all. There we go. We opened the train station here for Pterodactyl Land. And what this allows us to do is now we are going to have the train be able to come into this area or into this level, which is very important for a couple tasks we'll be doing much later. But we'll talk about that when we get to that point of the run. Here we have to do a very weird clockwork shot. I use kind of the guide of the invisible wall you see there to shoot a clockwork inside of there so that we're able to just get that Jinjo right then and there. Because the way you would normally get that is you would transform as Wumba into a dinosaur and use the dinosaur's roar to open that cage. And so we call that the Dino Roar Jinjo. And so we just do a clockwork shot to completely not need to do that, which I really appreciate. We do not get the dinosaur at all in this run, which is both really awesome for the run, really sad because the dinosaur is really cool and very cute. I am not on that. There we go. Top of the mountain. You know, Kazooie is a bird, and so what more of a bird to do is to hatch eggs. So that's the next move we're about to learn. This move is very much important for this level, but also levels coming up. And again, very much an obvious name for the move. It hatches eggs that are in our that we can find, and so we're gonna see that in action very soon, like 5 seconds right here. Go into this little crevice for this dinosaur egg, and so essentially, Terry, since we just fought her, she realized that her children are missing, and fighting is not gonna be helpful, and so we need to find her precious babies and save them from wherever they are, and so that's what we're mainly doing in this section right here. Alright, so we're gonna be grabbing some clockworks here. I was not a clockwork. I'm also probably gonna get attacked real soon. We're good. Alright. And then we're gonna do one more weird clockwork shot for now. We'll have one later in like 5 minutes, but this is gonna be the last one for this level that's weird. So we have to line ourselves up with this cage, and again, this one you need to use the roar to open. So if you kind of line yourself up right here, make sure the egg cracks inside. There's always a chance. Yeah, that's one of the outcomes. And that's also why we grab extra clockworks. We need to shoot inside of here without it popping back out, so we can grab that jiggy. So seems okay. No, okay. This one's being very finicky. Also, I'm at risk of dying here because I did just take damage. Okay. Again, this one's the weirdest shot of them all. Like, 9 times out of 10 always kind of miss this one. Don't trust that one. I'll trust this even further. Wow, I'm having a bad time with this one. This is the one that really gives me trouble. Come on, Kazooie. I know you can get it in there. There we go. Didn't have to be so troubling. Completely okay, though. It happens. So that means we do need to get extra clockwork. A lot of extra clockworks, actually. Oop, Oh, that's really unfortunate. Need to climb all the way back up. Because I need to just crack that egg with the hatch. Again, this is how this section can, like, horrendously go bad. Could I go to the top? Actually, not where he is. There we go. Oh, come on, get out of my way. Thankfully, there are spare eggs here. Gotta wait for him. Oh, as long as this guy does not be a meanie head. Okay, he was a meanie head. Okay, it's okay. As long as I don't mess this one up. There we go. Perfect. And we don't want to forget the child here. Since we have a move to use our backpack, we're actually able to use Banjo to take the stick dinosaur. Talk to the sign, thank you. And now we're gonna summon the train. So now that the train is here, we're actually able to put the dinosaur inside that caravan right there, where, oh my gosh, the camera is very much not what I'm used to. So we're going to drop off the child here. We're done with this section. We're now going to go back to the cliff top to complete Jolly Roger's Lagoon. Alright. Hello, Hags. Alright. I actually get clockworks here, because we'll be needing at least one very soon. Right, so we're gonna do another mumbo section here where we're gonna heal the sick kid in the train. Hope this Gruntodactyl does not make our day worse. By the way, that is what they're called, Gruntodactyls. Which I think is just amazing. Just naming a enemy after Gruntilda and adding like a dactyl, making it like a dinosaur. That's I like, it's really cute. Alright. Now that we're done, we're going to stay away from the train because it generates a lot of lag, but also the cliff itself generates a lot of lag. We have to be kind of smart with the camera there. Yeah, we are done with that. Now we're gonna head into Jolly Roger's Lagoon 2. Because we need to complete that section of the run, and once we are done with that section, we don't have to really deal with it past this point in terms of lore and all that. So before we do that, we have to collect this very weird Jinjo that's completely out of nowhere here. Gonna line ourselves up here. I was having trouble with this earlier. Hopefully I can get it relatively soon with how many we got. Perfect first try. Then that means I don't have to worry about clockworks. That's the main thing about this run, is clockwork management. So again, we're very low because I spent like, what is it, like 4 or 5 clockworks on that one shot. So I need to like be very careful with what I have already. Thankfully, there's a refill spot coming up real soon. There's a very handy mechanic in a minigame coming up. Yeah, we're gonna be completing more stuff here. This whole route is routed in a way where we reduce the amount of backtracking so that we only revisit levels once or twice. And that's the thing I really love about this route, is that it's all well managed so that you don't have to revisit levels too much. Alright, remember the hatch ability? We're gonna do that right here. We're gonna hatch this egg, which has the turtle sun here. Just like that. And then we have to hit the child. If I can hit the child, there we go. And then now the child is all safe now. We get a Jiggy out of this. We get a lot of wahays here. Just glides all away. And we death warp. And who doesn't love committing robbery? I know in this run, we're about to commit a robbery. Remember those doubloons I was talking about earlier? This is where we need the doubloons. So, we see a Jiggy in this little thing we can buy, so we need 20 doubloons to get the Jiggy. And then the next item after this is a Cheeto page. And so, getting the 5 doubloons takes a long time to like even... You have to talk to so many different characters. Help them with their own small side quests to even get a doubloon. And so, we're just gonna grab that Jiggy. And... grab that Jinjo. And there's this convenient Gruntilda plush that we're gonna align ourselves at. Shoot a clockwork and leave. And when we blow this clockwork up, what's gonna happen is... we are going to get a glitch called Skew, which is essentially just really messes with Banjo's movement. And so we're gonna grab this Cheeto page just like that. Perfect. And so we just committed robbery. So shoutouts to that question mark. But we're done with that section, and now we're gonna be entering Big Fish. This section I just label as Big Fish because we're just gonna be dealing with fish a lot. This will just complete the whole underwater portion of Jolly Roger's Lagoon other than the beginning underwater section. But yeah, hope we are enjoying this because we're going to be meeting another character who is from Britain. You know that because he's wearing pants with the, I think, Union Jack, I think that's what it's called. And his name is Chris P. Bacon. So we have to save Chris P. Bacon from essentially getting bit by some piranhas that are trying to attack him while he's trying to do research. And so that's gonna be our main mission very soon. So we're gonna be kind of careful here, making sure that we are in the right spot. And then just shooting all these piranhas. Right. I'm just trying to be very wary of where these piranhas are. There we go. And then, since this egg nest just respawned on top of me, we're now in a spot where we're stationary and we'll be getting a refill of clockworks. And so we're gonna use that to our advantage right during the section. Because again, we're just sitting around here doing nothing. And so at minimum here, we need at least 9 clockworks leaving here. And so we're at that perfectly. And after I shoot 2 more fishes here, actually not even. Yep, we're just gonna go to the center. Perfect. And now Chris is now safe. And we are all good. There's that Jiggy. And again, we did that whole thing underwater without surfacing. And so now we are very much out of breath. So we're going to try to go to a place where we can get some air. And plus, we're going to get another Cheetah page. So we're going to use this Talon Torpedo to break that door, or whatever's blocking that, to get a Cheetah page. And as you can see, we literally got here with only 1 health bubble remaining, or air bubble remaining. So this section, if you do something too slow, you will start taking damage, and it can get scary. Because we do this whole run, by the way, with only 5 health. We don't get any health upgrades at all. So now we're going to be entering the big fish section, where we'll see a big fish. And that's all I'll say about it, is there's just a big fish. Oh, okay. Nice. Alright, we completed the green family, which is fantastic. So that we get another Jiggy from there. Yeah, real big fish. Ooh, and perfect, actually. Because the honeycomb here is... Yeah, the honeycomb we need to collect is in this room and not in a different room. So we save time by not going very far. Shoutouts to RNG. And we shoot the teeth on this big fish. I don't know how you would get teeth this big as a fish, but you know what? I bet it happens. And so we're just helping the fish not deal with dental care, you know? And once we have fixed his teeth problems, we will now enter the fish. Les fish, as they say. And we are now inside the big fish to collect a Jinjo and save a certain person. We're essentially going to be saving either, I think, Jolly's sister, who got eaten up by the big fish here. So we're going to be saving her right now. And then we're going to death warp because there's no point in us being in here anymore. Just like that. Big fish. And we're going to go back into Jolly's to get the Jinjo, or the Jiggy, that because we just saved Jolly's sister. Yeah. Yeah, hope we are enjoying this run because we are around the halfway point of this run. And you might be saying, oh, we haven't collected much yet. Trust me, the run will ramp up very soon. The run will, like, we'll start collecting items exponentially after we do a boss that will be coming up very soon, which I won't spoil yet. We still have much more of this left. So what I did here is we saved, or we kind of changed the toxic wastewater so that it doesn't fall into Jolly Roger's Lagoon, because there are two piggy children who want to swim in the water, and they can't because it's one, too hot, and also it's filled with toxic waste. And so we fixed the toxic waste there, and then we'll be fixing the rest of it much later, towards the end of the run. But for now, we're going to be entering the end of the Jolly Roger's Lagoon section, which is the aliens. So we're going to swim down here, open their door, and then I'm also going to grab some notes here because we're very fast. There we go. Ooh, oriented me perfectly to get this one. There we go. Everyone say hi to the alien family, because the aliens here have quite the story coming up in like an hour after we free them here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, we activate their UFO since it was just stuck underwater. And now we're going to get a cutscene of them leaving. And essentially just kind of thanking us. Strange glowing lights on. Yep, there's that lore. The kids have been ejected and we need to find them in a snowy mountain. That doesn't foreshadow what we're going to be doing very soon, after we do after we kind of enter the later half of the run. But we get a Jiggy out of it, and that's all that matters for us. But yeah. I have a couple more things left in this. Just one more sheet of paint and one more Jiggy in this final room, and we'll be done with this area. I will ask the chat a question after we are done with this section, but that'll come up very soon. Swim all the way up here. Zoom in. This also lags a lot. There we go. And then now we save and quit, and we're done with Jolly Roger's Lagoon. And now, you might be saying the estimate's 5 hours, essentially. But we're going to fight the final boss now. And you might be wondering, hey, why are you doing that, Ad? And I'll tell you. We're going to be doing a glitch that we have set up literally an hour and a half ago, called DCW, Delayed Cutscene Warp. Remember that word I told you to remember? DCW. And so, that's our wrong warp of the game. We only get one use of it, and so getting to the final boss is a long and tedious process of like at least 20 minutes worth of stuff you need to do to get to it. More like 10 minutes. Point being, 10 minutes and then the actual final boss. And so the way DCW works is you have a cutscene that gets written into the data of the game, and with that, if you essentially enter this pre-made stuff we did for this glitch, it will use that cutscene in the data to warp you to wherever that area is. And so, since we're watching this final boss cutscene in the main menu, it will be stored inside the data of the game. And when we enter back in Glitter Gulch Mine to activate this glitch, it'll warp us to the final boss, not in the main menu, but on our file. And so on our file, we will be able to complete the final boss just like that. And so we do this because, again, it takes a long time to get to this boss. And 2, we just saved and quit. Might as well just do the final boss now. Halfway through. It's a good halfway mark as well. So, we're gonna save and quit here. Or not save and quit, quit the game is what it says. We're gonna leave here and enter our file that we've been working on so hard. Yep, minute 57. Time is not accurate. In-game time is not accurate, but it's a 2000s game. It doesn't need to be too accurate. And then we warp to the plateau and enter RRLOL7 mine. Alright, and then we remember the fuel depot. A very standard thing. It'll play a cutscene. And this cutscene will lead us into a loading zone where it should be Witchy World. Let's see where it takes us. Didn't foreshadow what would happen already, but let's see what happens. There's the final boss. So now we are at the final boss, ready to essentially kill Grunty. Alright, time for the final boss. So this boss, we're going to mainly do two things. We're going to collect eggs throughout the whole fight for the reason of we need to have a specific amount of eggs by the end of this boss in terms of what we have total. And so we need to not only shoot Grunty with the eggs we get, but we need to make sure we are fully restocked because we're not going to get a refill of most items until like 30 minutes to 40 minutes after this boss is done. And so we are going to need to be very careful with our management of items here. And specifically, most importantly, is the clockworks. And so that's why my priority is ice eggs, because that's what we'll be using for the majority of this fight. And then clockworks, and then regular eggs. Fire eggs are more of a backup. But yeah, I guess to explain the lore on how we even got to this point, we completed everything. We opened Cauldron Keep and this boss, right? We collected 70G to unlock all that, right? What happens then is you play a game, you fight Klungo for a third time, I should say that, and then he is finally done with Grunty and saying, hey, I don't want to work for Grunty anymore because she is just an evil person. And so she leaves, revolts, and then we do a minigame called Tower of Tragedy, which Tower of Tragedy is quite the minigame, I will say, because essentially it's a game show where if you lose the game show, you die. And so we win the game show, Grunty loses, and Grunty flies away because she lost, and she can't take the loss, essentially. And that is our time to essentially go into the laser that turned everyone, like, dead, like, killed them or something, right? And we revive everyone. And then, very happy ending. We get a fake credit sequence as well. But then, Banjo, just like in the previous game, is like, oh wait, Grunty's still alive. We should probably defeat her. And then that's how we are here on this final boss. Hopefully, that's a good summary in terms of lore for why we are even at this point of the run, or at least in the game. Yeah, this phase specifically is a really good place to like get the restocks I need. Oh, I grabbed the clock, but then I had one. Okay, it's completely fine though. promise I know how to do this fight. Alright. So now we're using Clockwork to go inside of the Hag 1 to blow up the battery so that we can deactivate the power in it. And so that's what our main thing is, or the main thing we're doing right now. I'm gonna actually grab Ice Egg more. I need Ice Eggs much more than Clockworks at the current moment. Okay, now I can grab some Clockwork, or the one Clockwork I need. Hopefully I'm able to get one more Ice Egg if possible. Oh, no, okay, it's fine. I'll just grab the regular. There we go. Lovely lasers. Now, it's go mode for the boss. Now we're just trying to kill Grunty as fast as possible. Oop. There you go. And now we use regular eggs here because it's much faster to do that. I also have this enemy completely pushing me around, so not very kind of you, sir. But then Grunty releases toxic gas of cyanide and mustard gas, which I don't think that's a good combination. But I don't know, you tell me. But we're just gonna keep shooting her, not much of a threat for us. And then if this was like at any percent or something, this would be like time or something. But again, we still have more time. We have 2 hours left. We have 2 more hours left to collect everything else in the game, but we just finished the final boss. And I think I golded this section. This is the one section I've golded so far. Which is really surprising. This was a like kind of mid Hag 1 fight. Yeah, then we get the end credit sequence there, which essentially it's a, oh hey, Bottles got revived. Hey, everything's back in order. Let's play with Gruntilda's head or something. I don't know. Games look really weird about that. But we're going to be entering Witchy World 2, where we're going to be playing a really fun minigame. This is actually one of my favorite minigames in the game. Alright, so we go back to the fuel depot. Again, we don't have that cutscene anymore. We're now okay to enter this area. This also shows that we completed the final boss on this file. Alright. But now we're in Witchy World 2. And I hope we enjoy a couple more minigames. We get a boss now coming soon. But we're going to be doing a very fun minigame right here, which is the saucer minigame. Oop, I don't need to talk to you. I just need to go inside. Control it. Alright. I'm going to just, like, kind of not focus, just play this section. Not much really to talk about. And same point system. And our goal is to get 500 points by the end of this. So not much to really like worry about here. I will say, make your predictions, chat, on what I'm gonna get. Your range is 500 to 620. My high score is 620. So that is your range to guess what my final score will be. 607. You know what? I'll take that. Always happy when I get the 600 range, because that's genuinely a solid attempt at it and got really good RNG. We get a Jiggy and Cheeto page out of that, and so really worthwhile to do that mini game because it gives you items obviously, but really fun to do it anyways. But we're gonna be getting some burgers here because we're gonna be setting up a trick that we'll be doing after this, after we're done with Witchy World. But we need burgers for this, along with the fries, which we'll get later. But we're gonna be doing the best boss fight. If you know this game, you know Patch. So you are in for a treat with the music. The music in this section is so good. So yeah, hopefully we enjoy this theme that's coming up. So using this time to briefly stretch because we have been playing the controller for an hour. Alright, get ready for Patch, everyone. I'm surprised none of those hit. I am kind of sad about that. Patch usually can go two ways. Patch either goes great or something will decide to go wrong. But we'll have to see how this goes. Now we have to go to the front. Patch, stop moving around, please. Nice! I hit that one with a beak bomb. That's actually really hard to do. Alright, we're out of patch. And now we are heading towards the 1 minute time loss that we have been expecting for 2 hours already. Now we get to actually feel the consequences of that time loss, because it's all based on RNG. We have no way of controlling it. But essentially, we're going to be going to the train station. And we're gonna be saving Groggy. So this is also why we grabbed the burger, because we need to feed a burger to Groggy. And we're gonna climb this area, by the way. We're gonna climb the Dive of Death. Grab a Jiggy. Go. Go. No, I try to grab that one note, just don't have to deal with that. My eye. Alright, where are you, Groggy? There you are. Yep, I will happily give you food. You are wasting a lot of time in terms of the run, though. Alright, let's get out of here. A Death Warp. Perfect. And we warp to the beginning. We're gonna be giving the... we're gonna be giving Groggy back to his mother to grab a Jiggy at, because we already saved 2 of the children. We're gonna be saving the 3rd one right here. Now here you go, Mrs. Boggy. Alright, skip this. Oh yeah, we can't skip this cutscene. Whoops, I forgot about that. Yep, now they're all gonna go back to Hailfire Peak. Totally not hinting towards a level we'll be doing later with a lot of lore. I'm not even joking about this. Hailfire Peak has so much lore. Compared to everything else. Oh, I'm going the wrong direction. And we're gonna warp back, because we do need to do a couple more things here. Such as going back as Solo Kazooie to enter an area called... oh gosh, I'm forgetting the name of it. I don't know why I'm forgetting the name of it, but Cave of Horrors, that's what it is. To grab a couple more things. We gotta save a dinosaur, and then also grab a Jinjo to complete a family. With a very hopeful thing that I can do, make it look really clean, and it'll show that I know what I'm somewhat doing at this run. Because, you know, I'm totally just, you know, this is all casual stuff. You want to see some of the cool stuff. Okay. Shoot that. So there's the dinosaur. And we're going to poop an egg into this door. Collect this Jinjo. We complete the family. We Death Warp. We get this really cool soundbite. Just like that. And we give some fries. I normally have my splits here labeled as don't forget fries. I don't know why I haven't labeled it here, but essentially The fries are very, very important for what's coming up next. Because if we don't grab the fries, it will essentially make a section that we normally would do with ease take like at least 5 minutes. It would lose it would lose 5 minutes, and so we don't want to actually do that. All right. And I usually have trouble grabbing this for some reason. There we go. Thank you, Banjo. Alright. And then, guess what, everyone? After we get the train here, do all the cutscenes we need to do for this area, we're gonna get another bathroom break. And so, for anyone who's watching, if you need a bathroom break after watching this 3 hours of the run so far, now's a great time for your bathroom break, because we're going to be watching another 2-minute long cutscene. I'm definitely going to be stretching, because again, we still have a lot more left, but I don't need to use the bathroom. But we're going to be going through another long cutscene, so it's going to be a great time for anyone to like just take a break, get water, do all that, do what you need to. Alright. Nice. I knew I was on that. I did not want to go inside because that would soft lock the game. Alright. Time to enjoy a long cutscene. Walk out. Walking. There's a second child. We're almost done with the bathroom break. And then here, I need to exit the train station within the first 2 seconds, or the first second, or I lose fries. We'll get into how this whole thing works, but I need to lock in for this. Perfect. Essentially, the way this game works is when you enter Pterodactyl Land, it'll take away your fries and your burgers no matter what. And so it'll do one thing and then the next thing within like the next second. So if you leave within the first second and you essentially have fries and burgers, you'll actually be able to keep, I think, the fries. And so with that, you're able to keep the fries for this section coming up, which we need some sort of food to feed the Oogle Boogles here. And so we need to essentially have those fries in for this section. But we didn't mess it up, which is a really good thing. And so now we can actually finish this section. This section is really cool in the sense of there's so much that we do here to do it very fast. We shoot a fire egg and then do a beak, oh, I forgot the move. Beak barge towards the guy so that we can unfreeze him and then also feed him food because we're at the same cutscene. And then we feed him the food, and then we essentially saved him. And there's 2 more we got to do. I'm gonna go over here. By the way, we have 7 clockworks. We gotta kind of be careful of that. We're not gonna light this one, because if we light this one too early, we won't be able to do a kind of cutscene overlap that we can do. And so we just feed him here, and then we come back here for a later part of it. And here I get some more clockworks, so we'll need some clockworks for the next level. There we go. Oh, I didn't get the double there. It's completely fine. Doesn't really waste too much time here. Oh, talk to him, however. There we go. Yep, I have food to give you. Perfect. And we're gonna split up here, because in this split up we're actually going to line ourselves up with this flame right here, and then there's an egg up here. Remember the eggs from this level? So I poop a couple eggs, and then I do the hatch, and then okay, got it. You cannot skip the text here. We've been skipping text the entire time. This is the one text in the run where you cannot skip it, or your game will crash. And so I hold A and very much have my other hand not visible, because I do not risk getting this. The egg will be floating in midair, but we have officially saved the dinosaur there. And then we get the Jiggy as well. So we save time on that end. I had a run where I was on a like 5-minute PB pace, and I lost the run because my game crashed. Like the crash is not friendly, and so that's why I make sure that I'm able to not skip text there. With that in mind, we have been skipping text. We've been skipping a lot of the lore. My controller has a rubber band on the L button because the L button has nothing in terms of this game other than skipping text. And so we just have that rubber banded so that we can just press R and B, which are the other 2 buttons required for skipping text, so that we're able to just press R and B instead of pressing both buttons N and B. Oh, N and L, I mean. A lot of kind of useful things to know for the run. You could call it tool assisted. One rubber band, I don't think it counts as a tool, but I don't know. You decide, chat. All right. Now we're here with Mumbo. I don't know what I'm doing, actually. That's not what we're supposed to do. I just grabbed that Globo because, you know, we're here to have fun. But I grabbed that Globo just because I needed to... I thought we would do that already, but no, we do not. But we're going to do this section now. I have labeled this section as Happy Dinosaurs, because this is the point of the game where we finally complete that, that Jiggy that we've been waiting for an hour. And then we do some kind of manipulation on how slopes work in the game. Oop, come on, enter the cutscene or the loading zone. And then we're gonna go in here, and Mumbo's gimmick here is actually a gimmick called Enlarge. And so we're gonna be actually making this dinosaur grow much larger to complete this entire side quest. Again, this side quest took 1 entire hour to complete. Yeah, we're gonna be doing another boring section coming up. So if anyone has questions, you know what? Let's do if you have questions about the lore, now would be your time to ask them, and I will try my best to answer them. Because there's a lot of openness to what I've explained so far in terms of the lore. So if you have any questions, pop them in and I will try my best to answer them. Right. Top of the mountain. And to give you the conclusion of the Terry side quest, again, we also did the Terry side quest stuff an hour ago, essentially. We're now going to complete the Terry stuff. Thank you so much. Yes. You always want to see a Tooie 100% run. Yeah. It's always a great time. There's always so much to do in this run and so much to talk about. And that's something I love. I love talking. That's why when I volunteer for stuff, I volunteer for a lot of the talking stuff. I just yap. I yap a lot. And with a run this long, there's so much to yap about. So yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I'm glad everyone else is enjoying it. We still have essentially 2 more hours left of the run. And so, very excited to complete this level and then 3 entire levels and then we're done. Thank you. Alright. We're finally completing this Terry side quest. So here's this child, and we're going to be bringing it back to Terry, and we'll be getting our final Terry Jiggy. We get 3 in total. We collect 2 at the beginning, and then another one. And then we get the one coming up right here. And we're standing around here. This is usually where the Jiggy spawns. You never seen the final boss of Tooie either. Yeah, I like it. When you compare it to like Kazooie, where it was like just like it's fighting Grunty herself. It's like, wow, fighting the actual machine is just wild. And it is really difficult. I know my first time fighting the boss, I could not defeat it. Thankfully, I've grown to fight the boss pretty well, and so I don't have to worry about it. Yeah, no, I would say at least like for like casual, like it's a fantastic game. There's a lot of backtracking, which is the main like complaint of the game, but like if you don't mind backtracking, this game is fantastic because there's so much lore, there's so much content in a game that was released in the 2000s, I should say. I do not want to hear the rules. I know what to do. I'm a speedrunner. Alright. And then this minigame, we're inside of Champa, who's a dinosaur. And we're essentially just trying to kind of fix his digestive like issues. And so we're just kind of shooting the like gunk, whatever you would call this, inside of him. And again, same point system. We need 75 to beat this minigame. And so that's essentially what we're going to be doing. Almost done with it. I know my high score for this is like 120. It's really like superbly high. Park Chromebooks. Yeah, it's completely fair. Yeah, I'm glad people are very much enjoying this in the background. Tooie is just that speedrun game where you just like listen to someone explain the game and just watch like occasionally and you'll still understand what's going on most of the time. Heck yeah. Love to see that. Yeah, I always recommend Tooie for anyone who wants to, like, play a game from the N64 era. Because it's, again, Tooie's the underdog, in my opinion, of N64 games. Alright. I hope we enjoyed the puzzle section we did, like, in 2.5 hours ago. That was a while ago. We're gonna do the final one for the run, which is unlocking 3 levels: Grunty Industries, Hailfire Peak, and Cloud Cuckoo Land. And those are the 3 levels that we have left in terms of what we need to complete. And so I'm very excited to complete this very soon, because again, just 3 entire levels and then whatever they have inside them, and then we're done. The next 2 hours are dedicated to the next 3 levels of the entire game. So we're back in Jiggy Wiggies, do some puzzles. It's also my time to... I have ice cream, so I'm eating ice cream right now. There we go. You go up there. Okay, yeah, this is the common issue I have. I cannot put the puzzle in the right place sometimes. Oh, grab it. Thank you. Yeah. No, I absolutely love collectathons. Tooie is one of the main collectathons I run. Donkey Kong 64 is the main one I run for a lot of marathons, but not the 101% because that's 6 hours long, and I haven't ran that category in like 3 years. And so I haven't done that one in a while, but I do the 80% stuff, and that's always a blast. I also do the bingos. The bingos are always so fun. And yeah, Kazooie, I play sometimes. My cartridge barely works anymore, which is really unfortunate, but I still do it when it works. Right. Skip the text. There we go. Oh, there it is. I was like, I don't know where that piece goes. Go. You go there. There we go. In my defense, I haven't de-rusted that game in a while, or I haven't de-rusted 101% in a while. That's why I don't run that 6 hour game yet, or for a while. You know what I'm trying to say. I've been talking for 3 hours. Things are getting a little hard to like just put words to it. Yeah, exactly. You know, honestly, the improvements the Rando community has put into like making quality of life for DK64 is just so great. I've done one Rando and I was like, this is so much more fun than like 101%. And I used to really love 101% when I used to run it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's very difficult. I like my glitch-heavy games. One of the games that I'm actually running next Monday is G-Force. If you know the movie, it's the video game of the movie, Disney movie. And so, I speedrun that game, and that game is notoriously broken. I showcased it off for a marathon 2 days ago, and like everyone loved how broken it was. So if you haven't seen that game, definitely come watch the run next week on Monday here, because that's gonna be very, very fun. Yeah. Very much a different vibe compared to Tooie. I'll say that, but still collecting so many items. Alright. But now we're going to be resetting the console once again. Just like that. Because again, things save per loading zone, and so we just save on when that area loads. Saves all the data we need after we open that area, and so now we're all set for all the levels we need for the run. And then, like I said, 3 more levels. Hellfire Peak, Cloud Cuckoo Land, and Grunty Industries. In that order. Oh my gosh, yeah. I attended AGDQ 26 this year. Not only because I had a run in, but also because I just wanted to be there for fun, and I caught the 102 Dalmatians task, and that was wild. I really enjoyed that task. It was like just watching like 2 of my friends on the couch just explaining things was just so fun to watch, and just seeing how broken that game gets. I really love my licensed games. Alright. So now that we're in Hellfire Peak, we have a lot of the lore of the game that gets dropped in this level specifically. Essentially, there are 2 sides. There's the fire side, and then also the what's called the cold side, or the icy side. And so there are 2 dragons to control each side. One of them is Chili Billy, and the other one is Chili Billy. Trust me, there are different names. It's just the way they are spelled. But point being, we have to fight both of the dragons to essentially have them stop throwing fireballs at us, or ice balls, depending if you're on the icy side. And then once we do that, it essentially allows us to do a lot of different tasks in the world much easier. I'm waiting for this one shot. There we go. And then we're going to use the flight pad here to enter this area. And then we're going to enter Mumbo's once again. You watched the task streamer do the actual all puppies run, and it was interesting. Yeah. No, the tasks just always amaze me. The task for this game for 100% is absolutely wild. Like, they complete the run in like 3 hours. I think 3 hours and 30 minutes or something wild. And like it's like 40 minutes off world record, and like that it's run on like N64 as well, so like essentially just like played perfectly on console with all the lag, which is absolutely like wild to like have. But yeah, Anyways, everyone say hi to the aliens. Remember the aliens we met around an hour, 40, more like 45 minutes ago, but like an hour ago? Because they're back, and we're here to save them. That's not good. So, the alien just died, because I think a fall that high would just kill you. But the really awesome thing is the gimmick that Mumbo has in this level. Mumbo has a gimmick in this level where he can revive characters. Oh, if I don't fall down, because this area is pretty icy. But we're going to be reviving not only the alien, but also just the children that we do get to save here. And so I just got to be a little bit more careful on the ice. Go. Yep, life force. There it is. And then now we will have the location of all the kids so that we can save them. Alright. Now we're gonna purposely take damage here. So that we're at 1 health. And we're gonna be going to the kind of area over here that has a Mumbo platform that we need to activate. Because we need to save the Saberman that is over here. Oh, if I can land on top of the ice. There we go. There we go. Yep, we unfreeze him here with our life force. But he's still really chilly, and so we haven't officially saved him yet. But we'll deal with that later. But we'll just die for it. And then we'll get the heck out of here for now. Right. We'll come back with Mumbo. But for now, we're going to do a lot of Banjo stuff in this level. So, first things first, we're going to deal with the Lava Sides dragon. And so we're going to deal with that right now. I'm going to fly all the way up. So we see that. There we go. We're going to fly. Oop. Okay, I'll take damage. It's fine. There it is. Chili Billy. Hot and spicy dragon. So the way this boss works is there are these cannons that shoot a larger version of the egg. And so we're going to shoot 2 eggs here. And then once we're done with this part of the phase, we'll take out his tongue that we do take damage if we touch. So we got to be really careful of that. You know, I'm going to actually wait here. It's because we only need 3 out of the 4 cannons here. And so we're just going to try to move during this one because there wasn't a cutscene. I'm going to try to avoid the tongue as much as we can so that we can get to the other cannon as fast as we can. And I do this. And then as this one is popping up, ooh, I did get hit. That's also why we kind of don't want to take damage as much in this fight, so that we don't die. Just like that, we defeat the dragon, the first one. And then we have another one, which you can see on that other island right there. Oh, yeah. Forgot. There's no Jiggy that spawns until you defeat the other one. Right. Gotta kind of be careful here. I don't want to really die here. And then a really good telltale sign that you do have all the nodes so far is you need 640 for this move at the corner over here, and we perfectly get here at 640. So the routing is planned out just like that. And so if you're missing one note, or if you have like 635 here, that means you miss a note there. That is our first bonk of the run, by the way. Okay. I didn't want to mention anything until then. That's our first bonk. Bonks are very much a random thing when you get a move in the game. And essentially what they are is Jam Jars just slams his head on the silo and it loses like 4 to 5 seconds on good orange, on good lag. And so that is the first one of the run. Those are like decently common with like the ones at the beginning of the run. It's surprising it took up to the first, or it took until the 3 hour mark to get a bonk. That is really rare because we don't even have that many moves left in the run. And so like we were very much so close to getting a bonkless run, which would have been absolutely incredible. But again, it happens. But now we're going to go into the Icicle Grotto, which has a lot of lava because we are inside a volcano first. So we have to hit these, there are 5 switches plus a bonus Jiggy switch that raise these platforms. And so we are going to hit all these switches to unlock the Jiggy here. And then thankfully the lava here doesn't instantly kill you, but you still take damage, and so you can die, especially since we are at 2 health with Kazooie. Like I mentioned earlier in the run, we do not get any health upgrades, and so we have to be very careful here. Okay. Here we go. There's the Jiggy. Oh, got a weird angle on my joystick. It's completely fine though. We are all fine. Grab this honeycomb piece. And now we're done with this area. And now we have the actual Icicle Grotto, which has a treble clef, so that we can get another move in this level. And then as well as a bunch of other things. And so, don't kill me. I just need ice eggs. And then here, I'm gonna get this treble. I usually don't trust these jumps, so I'm just gonna I played that one more safe. There we go. Alright, now I do gotta be careful here, because if I do die, I have to go through the entire Icicle Grotto again, and I don't want to deal with that, and so just gonna be really careful. And who enjoys a 12-second clockwork section that we could skip, but it's really inconsistent sometimes? just for one measly Cheeto page. There we go. And then we def warp out of there. Alright. Go. And then now we're gonna do a really interesting trick. Essentially, oh, actually, no, we're not. LOL, me when I lie. So I actually need to get that first. Slip-ups like that tend to happen, but good thing I caught myself very early on in that. What we need for the glide move. I'm all good to go. My pet for my route. Alright. Well, hope we are back, everyone. Yeah, the dragons really did not want me to fight them, and so we're back now to finish out the run. I'm very excited to finish out this run. We are on a really good pace, honestly. Yeah, we can continue the timer in 3, 2, 1, and go. Alright. So, yeah, like I was saying, we're back at Chili Billy, or Chili Willy, actually. And so, this is the ice dragon that we have encountered. And so, like the previous dragon, we have to shoot a fire egg instead of the other egg. And so, we're going to be just doing all that. Alright. Go. And instead of shooting 6 at him, we will be shooting 12 at him. And so, we're going to be shooting 3 per cannon here. And then the cannons, again, they do disappear. So these have to be 3 per cannon. Okay. But good. As long as I don't die, that's all that matters. Right. Yeah. The strat here is you actually do shoot the... Oh, okay. We just gotta retry this whole phase. Completely fine, it happens. As long as I don't die, that's the major thing here. As long as I don't die. Oops, come on. There we go. Jeez. And the dragon is really fighting for me to not kill it. And so, we're gonna be, once we're done with this, we'll actually get the Jiggy for this entire side quest, or just quest. There we go, perfect. Now it's defeated. And just like that, the dragon's gonna fly away, and now we don't have to deal with the dragon, and it's shooting fireballs at us. And then now we're going to be doing the kind of final half of the level. What we're going to be doing next is, since I didn't collect the Jiggy for this area yet, I'm actually going to go do that right now. And this time I don't have a times constraint on it because I now have the dragon the dragon isn't trying to actively kill us. So we're going to set this up right here. Again, another one of those shots where we have to kind of shoot in between the cracks here. I'm trying to get the right angle on this. A little bit too much. Trying to get, yeah. There's a specific thing I'm looking for here. And this one's a little bit more precise. There we go. This looks really good. I just need to get it inside. Looks good. I actually want to shoot another egg just in case. There we go. Perfect. Don't want to blow myself up here because I am low health. Oh. Should be fine as long as I don't take too much fall damage. Banjo, okay. Very careful. I don't trust this. I'm gonna get a warp in case I do die by these enemies. And then we're gonna do a really fun series of events here. We're going to shoot a grenade egg before we talk to this ice cube here. And as we talk to her, it'll actually blow up the ice cube so we can grab the Jinjo. And we have to tell George that his dinner is in the... And then she dies. And so we'll never know what she said. But hopefully we'll get to meet George very soon. Right. Here's Boggy. Remember Boggy and Mrs. Boggy? Or now we're going to feed that fish we got earlier to essentially feed it to Mr. Boggy to get a Jiggy, just like that. There's a weird glitch you can get here where you can just soft lock the game with no reason. And so you got to be kind of careful of that. Alright, and then we're gonna do another precise clockwork shot here. This time I'm gonna use blue eggs, because again, we have a lot of those. And this one's more impressive when you begin to get it, because essentially, I'm gonna use some of the collision of this igloo to essentially guide us to shoot a clockwork through the ground, and so I need to find the right angle. Wow, that was fast. Round of applause for that. That was amazing. That shot is not easy, by the way. So I will take that. Alright, and so now we're going to unfreeze the Saberman, like we said earlier. My cue is when he jumps. That is when I essentially just let the Saberman shoot another fire egg towards the Saberman. And yeah, now we have to do another thing, which we'll do it within the next hour or so. But for now, Saberman's just gonna sit there, looking around, wondering when he's going to be saved. And here, I do need to get some health, so I will be very careful. There's luckily a honeycomb here that I can collect for health. Save this child. He walks away. There is ice, so or like very icy water that we do take damage from, but I'm surprised that the alien doesn't. But you know, game doesn't need to make sense. The lore isn't always doesn't need to be accurate most of the time. All right, but now we're gonna enter Wumba. We're gonna do a really fun section. This is the snowball section. Essentially, we turn another Globo, like we've been doing, but this time we transform into a really small snowball. Alright, and then we're gonna do a trick here. I'm gonna gain health. I'm gonna purposely take damage here because we need to be a really small snowball here. And we're gonna be climbing this mountain just like this with the snowball. This is very impressive to get. Nice, first try, and that was also really quick. And we use this snow to grow to the largest we can get. Make sure we don't fall off. And then we activate the switch, because you need to be at full health to activate that. And we've activated the drill here, which gives us a Jiggy, which we'll collect in like 30 minutes. There it is. You hear the sound. There it is. Right. Now that we're back here, I need to collect at least one of these notes. Both is great, but we definitely need to collect one. And then, who loves lag? Because we're going to be seeing a lot of lag in this section right here. Alright. And here, we're going to lose all of our health. Because we need to go back into Wumba's hut. Just like that. But we're not done with the icy side yet. We still have one more thing to do, at least for this section of the run. We need to go back into this area with Mumbo to use the life force. So that's what we're going to be doing right now. Yes, I would like Mumbo's help again. Okay, we're gonna enter Wumba's here, and then we're gonna leave the area once again. Here, and icy path, but we're fine. And then we're gonna use the Mumbo switch, or Mumbo platform, and we're gonna save the children so that we can finally reunite the entire alien family. We can get a Jiggy out of this. Again, this side quest took like an hour as well. So, we're finally completing side quests here. So, this game's just so cute. Like, the baby alien has a plushie of one of the Jinjos. Like, that's just incredibly cute. But the alien's gonna drop a Jiggy that we'll collect here. And now we're done with the icy side. At least for now. We'll come back at the end of the run. But for now, we're done. But we're now going to enter the best part of the game. And everyone who's played this game will probably know what I'm talking about. It is time. It is time for Kickball. And Kickball is quite the absolutely well-built, everything managed game. And you'll see what I mean if you don't know what I'm talking about. For now, we got to get to Kickball. And we have a couple more things to do before we even get to that point. Such as getting a Cheeto page. That's going to be up here. I need more height, actually. There's the Cheeto page. You know, it is behind a, a thing there. But, you can just shoot an egg and we'll just collect it. We love hitbox extensions in this realm. Ooh. I'm gonna line myself up here so that I can grab this Shinjo. Nice. Now we gotta be careful. We are at 1 health. We don't want to die here. Dying here would actually be really detrimental. Just like that. Here, open this door. This pathway actually opens everything up to Mayhem Temple. And so, we may have taken a while to get back here, but we're finally back in the first level of the run. But for good reason, though. Because we're going to be doing Kickball. And we actually find out now that Wumba's transformation in this world is actually a Mayan Kickball player. And so that's what we're going to be doing right now, is playing that Kickball minigame. There are 6 rounds, 3 in this world, 3 in Hellfire Peak. Hence why you're able to travel between both. And they're 1 minute long. And for most of them, you either have to get most points or the least points. Or 0 points at all. And so you need to be kind of mindful, because if you do lose the minigame, you had to redo the whole thing. And that, again, loses an entire minute. And so we got to be careful. But yeah, like I was hinting earlier, this whole section is up to RNG. And so I'm really going to hope that the RNG does not decide to kick our butts today. Because the game has already kicked our butts pretty badly. Alright. First round, pretty simple. Introduces the concept of kickball. Trying to get as many points as possible. Good job, Red. That was really good. Oh. There we go. I guaranteed 1 miss. There's no way they can get 6 other points. Yeah, that's round 1. We have round 2 coming up. Same concept, except now we get introduced to the red balls, which lose you 1 point. So we got to be mindful of that too now. And then they also progressively get faster, and that could become an issue, but I don't see this to become an issue. I don't foresee it. It's all up to the ball's RNG, and you know, kickball RNG is always either you get perfect luck or the game absolutely really hates you, and so then you just gotta better luck next time type of thing. Gonna be smart with this. There we go. They're fighting over it. Okay. The AI in this game. Ooh, I got hit. Nice. It prioritizes the yellow ball over the red ball, which is really good to know, because if you kind of use that to your advantage, you're able to kind of just take all the yellow balls and then kind of have them go near the red balls, and so then they'll be forced to do red balls, and then you'll get all the yellow ones. So you got to do a lot of strategic planning with how you do this. But we're on the final round for Mayhem Temple, which is the final level. They get faster, and it introduces bombs, which I don't want them to start trolling immediately. Okay. Not immediate, but also, like, let's be so serious. Yeah, okay. That's, yeah, fantastic. Honestly, if we can just throw a bomb. Oh my gosh, they... I hope some people saw that, because that's just... That was quite the play they did. Oh my gosh, and I'm just missing it, like, in general, with the bomb. There we go. It stuns them, and so... That's why we kind of want to do that. So in most situations, so like you would just throw in and boom, they can't really do much. Except for purple, I guess purple's immune to the bombs, but whatever. But that is the first 3 done, and then we have the harder ones upcoming next, because we got my favorite ones, totally, the ones in Mayhem Temple, which quite the pain they are. And I golded that. Heck yeah. All right, who's excited? We got Coliseum Kickball now, and this is where things can go wrong now. Again, we lose 1 minute if we lose these, and so now we have to get 0 points, and so now, instead of playing offensively, I'm going to be playing defensively, because these guys don't care. They don't freaking care about how you feel. This is sports. They're going to fight with everything that they can. Just like that. Wow. Fantastic RNG game. But I know how to equally make these guys' lives worse. Especially purple, I guess. Oh my gosh, yeah, they're just, oh my gosh, they're hating each other. Look at that. Look at that. All right, round 2 is the opposite concept. You start at 50, and you got to go to as low as you can and have the lowest score. And so here, now you prioritize the red balls. And so, okay, solid start. Getting really good red ball RNG. These, y'all are not playing too hot. Especially with me having 3 balls already going in. yeah, I pretty much won this one. This is already a high score for me. Oh my gosh. The luck I'm getting. Wow, that was incredible luck. 19 is wild for this. But yeah, now we have the final round. Same concept as round one. Lowest score, but it goes incremental, and so we got to be very much on the offensive here. Got to play very on the offense. And now we have every ball in play here. The glowing ones, and then also just the in general ones. Oh my gosh, I'm getting so lucky here. They also move very quickly, and they also don't play around here. Shoot into purple, please. Shoot into purple. We need more purple and yellow. Thank you. Don't shoot into mine, though. Nice. Don't shoot into mine. Oh, you guys are mean. Oh, wow. Okay, they got that one in, but thankfully I was very much like I knew what was going on. That could have went south very fast. But we're done with kickball. I made it out alive, y'all. But we're done with Hellfire Peak. We save and quit like we've been doing this entire run. Again, we've been here for 4 hours, and we're almost done. We have 2 more levels left. We have Cloud Cuckoo Land, and we have Grunty Industries. Cloud Cuckoo Land takes like 25 minutes, and then Grunty Industries takes around more of the 35 end, more like 40. So, almost done. We're very much an hour away from being done with the run, which is very good. I've somehow found, at least for now, 4 hours worth of stuff to talk about, which is pretty good for me, because I usually run out of stuff to talk about in like a different type of marathon run, like shorter runs. Yeah, Cloud Cuckoo Land is really interesting, because it's just... If you thought the game was weird, get ready for just beyond weirdness. Also, we need 700 by this point, so we are all good on notes. Time to hydrate as well. Remember, keep hydrating. Alright. So here we have Mr. Fit. He will be giving us a lot of challenges in this level, and so we're gonna just shoot a clockwork, blow it up, and then just like that, that is the first challenge complete. Normally you would have to do all this with Banjo-Tooie, but since not only clockworks, but also transformations count as something you can complete all these minigames with, and so we're able to use that to our advantage to essentially just deal with that very quickly. Sorry, I had to pull up the dirt patch order again. These dirt patches are very much randomized, and so we have to just use a certain pattern or order depending on what the first one was, and then I got everything I needed from there. Yeah, no, exactly. I am able to pull talking points and all that just completely out of the blue. Alright. I want everyone to predict. Are we going to give good skull or bad skull? Bad skull loses a minute. I predict good skull, because I don't want to lose another minute. And we got bad skull. All good. Okay, that's completely fine. That just means we kind of lose a minute, because bad skull... we have to travel across the entire level to do a specific task that we need to do once we're done with this cheese section, and it's much more of a time loss than where the other one is, which is where we need to go. And so we lose a minute or so just because we got the bad placement. And that one we can't control either. Again, a lot of the RNG in this level, or in this game, we cannot control. But this is what I was talking about when I talked about weird stuff. Because we are inside a literal cheese block. How it fits into the lore, I have no clue. It's just here. But we're gonna do another one of those glitches that we did called skew. Essentially, kind of displace where Banjo's collision is, so that we're able to kind of grab a jiggy here from the wall. Just like that. Perfect. So then we're done with the cheese. There's this different thing you can do there if you do a reroute, but it's much more easier to, one, soft lock, and also just lose a bunch of time, because it's just more incredibly difficult. Alright, watch this flying section. Like that, we're at this island that we need to be at for this bean. Again, a lot of the things we do here might seem random at first, but then you'll see how it all pieces together. But yeah, now we're gonna go inside the mountain officially for a second, just to get a couple more notes and items. There's a note right there. Right. Grab. Oop, I need that actually. There we go. And then where is this? There we go. There's the Globo. We're gonna fall down here. That was actually an interesting way of doing that. Normally I don't beak bust straight into the water, but we'll take it. And this is my favorite cutscene in the game, everyone. Who's excited for Dippy the dinosaur? Dippy is a dinosaur who's stuck in the wall and ran out of drinking water. And so, you know, we have this water here. We're gonna drain the water. And Dippy is going to have some water to drink now, and so we're going to witness this cutscene. And the common emote for this is Dippy W, lowercase, everything lowercase except for the W. And you'll see how cute this animation is. I'm going to let it play out for a bit. Look at him, so happy. Look at that. That's so cute. Alright. But we are done with that. No more Dippy, unfortunately. But we had our Dippy moment. And now we're gonna start completing more stuff here. We're gonna actually now fight the boss in this level. And we're gonna go inside of here first. Alright, so in here we have a Jinjo, nice. And then we're gonna go up here. Alright, there's Mumbo. This should be, like, where we transform. Well, let's see what happens. Okay, we didn't have to turn into Globos, so that's weird. Oh, okay. So that's the impersonator, Minji Jongo. Oh, that's not good. It's all good. Thankfully, this fight is very easy because this is all we need to do to defeat him. So, fun fact about this boss. I'm sure we've heard of all the like damageless categories that a lot of games have, a lot of runs have. Well, fun fact about Banjo-Tooie 100% is you actually take damage in that cutscene, and you can't avoid that. And so, it's impossible for you to complete Banjo-Tooie 100% without taking damage because of this one cutscene. And so the bounty that was made for this was a bounty that is titled Damage Once, because you take damage in this cutscene. And again, with the name Damage Once and it being 100%, and you see how long this is taking me, That's a long run. They'll just like do like damageless. I think like the bounty when it was like still up for someone to complete it was like I think $100. It was just that difficult. People have done it now, but like again, it's a difficult thing to do. I know one day when I have the ability to kind of like handle that, I want to do a damage once run, but again, it takes an incredible amount of skill to do. Skill that I don't have. But remember that 1 minute time loss I was talking about? Well, this is it. Normally with where the Minjijango one is, where we need to go with Mumbo is actually right next to it. But since we're on the opposite side of it now, we have to do a whole traveling section to get there. We get to see more of the central cavern, but again, it's more of a time loss. Alright, and here I grab some feathers, because we need some more feathers. Here we go. Hope this bee doesn't make my life worse. Perfect, thank you. And the reason why we had that bean and do that whole thing was because of this, the rain dance. Because what that bean will do, along with what this dance will do, is it will open up the bean, and then also it will create a rainbow path for us to get to a different area. The pot of gold, actually. Again, this game is weird. You don't question it. But this is really useful for us because now we can do two tasks now at ease now. Alright, but we're done with that. And now we're going to be death warping. Fun fact, this game has so many soft locks that there are like technically different names for them. Essentially, one of them would have been with that Minjo right there, because if I didn't kill that one, what would have essentially happened is it has the chance to push me out of the way, and when it does that, it actually, I am on the wrong side, I think, yeah. It will essentially push you out of the range to talk to Mumbo, and it'll just legitimately just soft lock your game, and that's not fun. There we go. That bee normally is a pain, so we just use a golden feather to just kill it so it doesn't get in our way. Alright. Fall damage isn't real, by the way. Just as a... I hope we established that by this point in the run. Damage is not real in the Banjo world. So is also Banjo jumping sometimes. That's a hard concept for Banjo. But, it's all good. We can just climb back up here. Essentially, we're going to be going in here for another move. And with this, we're going to be unlocking a... Oh, I actually forgot the name of it. I need to take a look at it. Is it... Sack Pack. There it is. I was like thinking snack pack, but I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Why it turned into a sack, not a, we don't eat snacks. No, I just added an extra letter there for no reason. But now this allows us to kind of avoid spikes and do a bunch of useful things with it. So you'll be seeing that in action pretty soon. Alright. And then this is going to be a really precise jump coming up. I have to do a decently long setup for it. Essentially, we have to line ourselves up at the edge here. Enter sack pack, jump, and then at the end of that, we do so many different moves. Essentially, we do a specific set of moves to get enough distance to be able to get to this area without doing a long task of... I don't even know how you would get here casually, like, to be honest. But now we're going to be racing Mr. Fit one more time. And this time through a thorny racetrack. And we get told to not take the kind of faster track because we might fall off. But it's honestly the way you need to go to win. Yeah. Alright, and then there's our final race that we need to do, and we'll do that at the end of the level. But for now, we'll just death warp and we're done with Banjo. At least for like 2 minutes. Alright, here we are. Now we're in Solo Kazooie. This is my favorite Solo Kazooie section. Actually, second favorite. We haven't done Grunty Industries Solo Kazooie sections yet. Those are really fun. But we'll get to that one. But this section's really fun because you do 2 mini games, and then the flying here is just really awesome. Go, we activate the door to enter this area. Sure, I am on the proper eggs here. Dude, I think we're starting on fire eggs here, if I am correct. Yeah, I was so right. I know my game. I speedrun this game sometimes. There we go. Yeah, we have to shoot different types of eggs in here to activate this minigame. We'd use all of them but Clockworks, because Clockworks, you can't really shoot that one in whatever. But we're now at the pot of gold. We need to shoot 100 of these, or all 100 of these to win a Jiggy. We have to do it really fast, and so Grunty says we can't do it, but we'll do it. And essentially, this is all we do: set the speed we're gonna go at, and just let it go. Very much an auto-scroller-esque minigame. Just gotta find the right speed, and you're all set. Just like that, with 1 second remaining. That was actually really close. We don't need to do it. We're fine. We're only here for the collectibles, you know? We are doing a 100% speedrun where we need to collect everything in this game. Grab this piece. Just as a reminder, we're almost done with half these items. Like, we have almost all of the things we need here. But we're gonna enter the trash can here, because, you know, sometimes you just gotta enter the trash can and just empty the trash out, which will be the next minigame we will be doing in here. We're gonna be emptying some trash. Switch to clockworks here, just because we need to. In a quiet aroma, as they say. Very interesting. I am good. I do not need to hear your problem, but I do want to play your minigame. Okay, we're gonna zoom up here, shoot this clockwork just like that. Perfect. Love to see it. And then now we have to get 50 points by destroying all these germs. Although these guys are really disappearing on me. Go. This one can be easy to lose if you kind of lose track of what you're doing. We're good. I'm gonna go grab my medicine for the night. So as this Jiggy is loading. Oh, I'm surprised that didn't kill me. No, I'm good. There we go. Could have been easy. Now we're gonna combine back. And we're going to go into this area, which is the safe. Oh, I should not have done that. Whoops. So, what we're going to do here, I am taking damage left and right. Wow. For this super sash to work, you normally have to like go throughout the entire level to find specific codes. But Rareware, being the very awesome developers they are, left a very large crack here that we can just shoot a clock in, and now we just completely grab that Jiggy. So very easy. And there's our final note for the level. We're almost done. Remember the ice cube we killed by accident? Not by accident. It was kind of intentional. Well, we finally meet her husband, and so here's the ice cube protecting this flight pad, and we actually kind of want that, and so we just knock him off, and he kind of dies. However, this actually completes a task for us, which is he falls down into the hot water here, which allows us to enter that water safely now without getting burnt. And so we use that in essentially 20 minutes from now, give or take. But we're at the best section of the run. Everyone knows this section. It's infamous. It's Canary Mary 3 and 4, where we just mash A and B the whole time. So here I'm going to just lock in, because I am going to be mashing the heck out of this button. This one's easy. Just need to be aware of what I'm doing. Like a workout. This is my workout for the night. Yep, that's it. I'm gonna slow down so that she can catch up. Just like that. Alright. Just like that, we are done with that one. But we still have one more left, and this is the hardest one. The way this one works is you have time to just go do a slow mash. Still a mash that's fast enough, but we need to kind of go slow at the beginning and then just go hecking wild. This is where we need to go wild, because she will try to catch up. This is also like a 1-minute course. You're mashing for a minute straight, essentially. And then once she starts catching up, that's when you start mashing. I'm gonna lock in here. Boom. Just like that. Oh my gosh. We did it. We beat Canary Mary, everyone. Feels nice. I'm very much out of breath now. But we can now collect the Jiggy and Cheeto page out of this. And now you're at the end of the level where we're going to be transforming into a bee. So if you remember the bee from Banjo-Kazooie, we're going to be the bee once again. And so we're going to be flying around this level doing a bunch of tasks, which you're about to see. Oh, I got hit there. That's by accident. Oh. There we go. And now we're gonna fly to the red jelly house here. This has a really unique skip, actually, where if we kind of set ourselves up in a certain way... Oop, not on top, though. Has to be mid-air. Oop, I'm gonna land there again if I just gotta readjust myself. Got a boost here with B, and then kind of look down at a certain angle that we can fly in, grab the Jiggy, and we normally would just get stuck here. But if we kind of do the same setup, it's much harder when you're inside. If you do the same setup, you're able to fly out just like that. First try. Let's freaking go. I usually struggle with that one so bad in my normal run, so I'm actually really happy I got out really quickly. Yeah, now we have 2 more tasks to do. Or 3 more tasks. We have the eyeballs, which have a Jiggy once we kill all of them. We have the final Mr. Fit race. Mr. Fitness, I should say. And then we have the B minigame. So we'll be dealing with those very, very soon. Yes, I would like to fancy my chances. Totally not cheating because I'm a bee, you know? I'm just using my resources to my advantage here. Of being a bee. It's not cheating. Yeah, there's the Jiggy. And we're gonna fly all the way up for the final eyeball here. Just like that. And then if we line ourselves up perfectly, we're able to get in mid-air. Just like that. Oh my gosh, this is a really good B section. Perfect. And then now we're going to enter the beehive in here inside the mountain to do the final minigame here. Yeah, this is the Zubba minigame. And so I do not need instructions. Same kind of spiel of the point system. 1 point for red, 2 points for green, and then 2 or 3 points for blue. And I think I said 2 points for green. And we need to get 60 here. 50 for the Jiggy and 60 for the Cheeto page. So this is at the point of the game where, like, they start locking Cheeto pages behind a higher point system. They've been doing that already, but this is where they do it a lot in this level. And so we got to be very aware of that. So yeah, I'm almost there, actually. I'm having a really good RNG here. Sometimes the RNG in this level, or in this minigame, just doesn't work in your favor. And you just, like, are trapped and have to do the minigame once again. Which, again, this loses a minute if you fail this. But I think we're good. I'm just going to get the classic 6 through 9, actually. Just in case. And then let's aim. Just going to stay right here. We can land on the Cheeto page. And then there's our Jiggy. Land on that, and then now we're all done with this section. Now we can get out of this level, and we have one more level left. And this level is the culmination of everything we've done so far in terms of glitches. Everything that we've done, clockwork warps, just hitbox extensions, everything we've done for glitches, they will appear here. And so, let's say you're on PB pace, and you have this level left. Your run can definitely die here if you are just, you know, something just bad happens. It won't ultimately kill it, but, you know, there's a chance. And so you have to be very mindful of just how this level will play out for you. But with that in mind, we are also done with going back here. If we remember Spiral Mountain, we have been here a couple times for a lot of different things. A lot of different reasons, but now since we've collected all the collectibles in here, we're done with this area. So now we can just go straight to the final level after we get a refill of Clockworks, obviously. And once we enter this level, we really don't leave this level unless we like soft lock or just fail the final jump. We'll get into the final jump, but this is very exciting because we're almost done, y'all. We've been here for 4 hours already, and we have like 35 minutes left. Alright, there's our refill. And now it's time to head to Grunty Industries, which in my opinion, this is my favorite level in the entire run. I've already mentioned how it could easily kill the run in terms of like time, but it's my favorite level. There's so much that goes into this level that makes it so fun. In terms of the speedrun, in terms of just in general. The music is just banger. And I say that a lot about the music here. The music in this game is banger all throughout. But specifically Grunty Industries. And how it's thematically how it works thematically. But yeah, we're now in Grunty Industries. First things first, we immediately begin this level with a clockwork warp. So we're gonna have to do a bit of a setup here. We freeze this enemy just like that. I took damage, which should be fine. And then I'm gonna do this. Go. I'm gonna wait. Oop. Okay. I'm gonna turn on my audio just so that I can hear the game. Also, I forgot to split. Again, I keep forgetting to split. And then there's a chance my clockwork will break here, but it should be good. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess that blew it up. All good. We're also tight on clockworks in this level, so I gotta be kind of mindful of that as well. There we go. I'll take a second try. And now I can turn the audio off. And now we are inside Grunty Industries, just like that. And then now we have a lot of different things to do here. First things first, unlock our third to last move, which is the Claw Clamper Boots. and then we're gonna transform or turn into Solo Kazooie, so that we are going to do this next section. Come on, need to get the boots. And in here, hopefully I don't mess this up. I remember my PB, I messed this up pretty badly, and I didn't know how to recover it, but it only lost like a minute or so. Essentially, we need to do a clockwork shot around here, line up, and then with this lamp, we try to land in the center. Just like that. Perfect. Getting some of these tricks really well, and I'm happy for that. Jump like that, and then now we're gonna enter the next area, which is floor 2. Floor 2 has a lot of kind of solo sections. It's built for solo sections, but we're gonna do this section as Solo Kazooie, and then we're gonna do the rest of it as Solo Banjo, and then also the transformation. But we don't need to worry about that. That's like at the end of the run. That's like very much towards the end. But once we're here, gonna go grab that note. That one is usually pretty well hidden, and then there's a small crack in the ground just like that. Perfect. To get a Cheeto page that is not that far away in the sense of where you need to enter for it, but it's a loading zone. We're trying to skip loading zones in this level specifically because loading zones tend to have a lot of lag in this level, and so we're gonna try to avoid that as much as we can. All right, and then here's our second to last move, Light Spring. So now we can do a backflip with Kazooie. And that's really helpful for us because we're gonna need that for a lot of the incoming tricks for this section. Alright, so we're gonna do a thing here. Nice, I got it first try. Chat, I am playing not out of my mind, but like pretty darn well. Like I'm getting a lot of these hard tricks first try. Alright, so now that we've respawned here, we're gonna fly into the train station area to get more notes and then a honeycomb piece. Oh, I need that. I might need that for this category. Thank you. A backflip, if I can do a proper backflip. Thank you. And do another one here. Grab this note. All right, perfect. Grab the honeycomb perfectly. Oh, don't want to get shocked by that guy. All right. We're gonna enter the men's bathroom here because we have a character from Banjo-Kazooie in here called Lago. So Lago here has a Cheeto page we can get, and so we're gonna grab it and we just death warp. Now we have one more Cheeto page left, and that's actually our final collectible of the run, and that's how we'll end time. But we don't have that for quite a while. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I actually need to open this door now. So now we're gonna actually have access to Grunty Industries in terms of the front entrance. So now we can just enter whenever we want. We don't have to deal with any of the dumb clockwork warps that we needed to do to get in here in the first place. Now we have the main entrance open. Yep, just like that, it opens up. Yeah, like I've said, we have like 30 minutes left of the run. We're almost done. And we're gonna be doing a lot of kind of linear stuff for a bit. We're gonna grab this battery, if I can hit it. If we do touch the battery, we do take damage and we'll die, which is not ideal. But we need the battery so that we are able to activate some things within this level that need power. So we'll use the battery to activate things and go from there. And so once we do that, we're actually going to be... ooh, I'm forgetting where I need to go. Oh my gosh, could I please jump? There we go. So I think I'm doing this in the wrong order, but it kind of doesn't really matter. Just like that, we'll enter the waste disposal plant. And we're going to unlock our final move of the game. Let's see if we get a bonk. Oh my gosh. Okay. Chat. It wasn't a bonkless run, but we had one bonk this entire run, which if you don't know how rare that is statistically rare to even get one bonk. So we almost had a bonkless run there. But we're back in Hellfire Peak for one final time here. Do just some housekeeping things. I'm gonna avoid these Yetis. And then we're gonna go to lower icy. And then we're gonna save the Saberman. Like, finally. Alright, we're gonna go all the way up here. And we're gonna warp to lower side fire. And with the Saberman in our backpack, we're actually gonna enter the now room temperature water and activate the switch as Banjo. And since we've activated this now, you're not gonna believe what this opens up now. Gonna fall from that drain into the water in Jolly Roger's Lagoon. And remember the piggies we had earlier? We finally complete their side quest. And so now they can happily swim in the water now. So I think that one was 2 hours ago. So yeah, we're completing so many different tasks right now that we've like left in the first half of the game, and we're completing it now in the second half, even like literally at the end of the run. I just love the progression of this run. Just, we do one thing and then we just do it eventually, like literally like you know, it's just so awesome. Honestly, yeah, I'm just gonna skip a lot of these splits because I completely did this in the wrong order. I was supposed to go here first because this is the trash compactor, which is really risky because if you do die here, this does lose like 30 seconds. Because this thing will fall, you'll get crushed, you'll be left at 1 health, and then if you get crushed again, you're dead. And so you have 2 chances, you have 1 chance really, if you do fail this. So, I should be fine. Oh, that's a weird jump I just did. Okay, we're good. Second jump. I usually don't want to get hit in the first 2. Perfect. There, that opens up the Jiggy. And then we're going to fly here. Perfect. Fly here. We're not Kazooie. There we go. Grab the Jiggy. Now we can death warp. Alright. We're gonna switch to solo Kazooie. We're gonna do some flying stuff right now. With the claw clamper, we're gonna go over here. to essentially do... Oh, come on, Kazooie. We don't want to really do that. Oh, come on. I need the treble clef. I don't want to enter this loading zone, because that's where that Cheeto page that we skipped is. And that does waste time. And here, I kind of want to be careful, so I'm actually not going to Beak Bomb here. Just because it's risky with my health. Just like that, backflip. And we're going to enter the top of the area. This is actually floor 5 now, or the roof. And the reason why we're up here is for a Jiggy. Just like that. And you're not gonna believe it, but we're done with the split up section for bits. I think we're done with it for a bit. I think we do split up one more time. Yeah, we split up one more time. I was like trying to confirm that with my memory of the game. Yes, we do split up one more time. So we'll savor that final moment when we get to it. Alright, there's we complete the blue ginger family there. We have 80 Jiggies. We have 10 more Jiggies left. We have 20 more notes left here. And we're gonna do a trick here where we use golden feathers, fall into this toxic waste, which normally would eject us. But if we enter with gold feathers and then do a talon torpedo and then wait 2 seconds, we're actually able to swim underwater here. And so I'm gonna do a setup here for this Jiggy grab, because again, this Jiggy grab requires us to do a hitbox extension underwater. And so I'm gonna line myself up. Yep. There we go. Got it. That's actually the backup strat. I always fail the like standard strat there, but backup always works for me. But here, again, this section is just full of hitbox extensions. But yeah, I need to be in talent trap. There we go. We're done with that section. And now we are in the most scariest part of the run. And when I say scary, this is scary. Because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be entering a room called quality control, or QC. And we're going to be doing a trick called QCE, or quality control early. And in QC, there is a really awesome minigame of shooting grenade eggs at barrels. And if you shoot a green barrel, you put the entire room in toxic waste, and you have to ventilate the entire room, and you have to reset the console, because if you ventilate the room, that activates a literal like 20-minute long side quest to ventilate the room. So we don't want to do that. And so to hit the right barrels, we need to essentially kind of hit the correct barrels without hitting the green ones. And if we hit the green ones, or if we soft lock, we have to reset the console. And so this section is the scariest part of the run. And it's obviously at the end of the run as well, you know, just to like mount the stress of like if you're on a pacer. But we don't need to worry about that for like 1 minute. We have one item to collect here. It's a honeycomb. By the way, when we mention lag is a real thing in this game, because the fumes here generate so much lag. Yeah, I don't care about being in flight at that point. We're just losing time because of the lag. Perfect. Okay, now we gotta grab some refills of grenade eggs specifically, because we are running out. We have a really good amount of clockwork, so I will take the clockwork count. We've had perfect clockwork shots. And clockwork warps. So here's this trick. This is quality control early. I'm gonna line myself up all the way over here. And then I gotta make sure I get the right crack here. Perfect. And then now I gotta do it again, but this time in Talon Trot. Go. Gotta really verify it. And shoot the clockwork. Oh, so close, actually. This means we gotta retry it one more time. That's how my I want to ideally get a better angle on this. Probably get a bigger one. Yeah, there it is. There we go. So another clockwork warp to get into this area, and this is where I'm gonna genuinely lock in. So I'm gonna take my headphones off very soon. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Center. 1, 2. Nice. First try. Let's freaking go. I didn't need to be worried. I would get that first try. That's genuinely so hyped that I got that first try. To give you the context, I haven't practiced the second half of this run since summer. And so the fact that I'm playing just unbelievably well with this second half makes me genuinely so happy. Like, I am playing very well and like to the level of where I was in the summer, where I like stopped running the kids. I got consecutive PBs in the summer, and I'm playing to that level right now, and that makes me so happy. But don't fear, we still have 20 minutes left of the run. Usually I use that marker as we have 20 minutes left. Alright, and this is a great time for me to get a refill of a lot of eggs, because this area has a lot of eggs. And this is the section I was talking about like 3 hours ago, is the Clinker's Cavern section. This section is always so fun. Like, I grind this so damn hard. And hopefully I'm able to give you a good showcase of this. Oop, enemies in the way. It's completely fine. Oh, I think I hit that. Nope, I was gonna say I didn't hit that. Wow, that was so clean. Oh my gosh. Again, I grind the heck out of this, and so I'm actually really happy that I got, like, I think that was oh, what is that? Is that a 63 or 53? I'm not too sure. I can't do math right now. Point being, it was incredibly freaking good, and I'll take it. But now we have 3 more splits, at least for me, 3 more splits left. And so I'm excited to do these. And essentially we have, at this point now, 17 minutes left. So what we have left is just collecting every other collectible we haven't collected yet, in terms of Jiggies, Jinjos. I should have taken damage there. Just like that, like we completed the black Jinjo family right there. And that one is the largest family with 9 members. And then we have just a couple more items to collect. Like we're gonna complete the honeycomb pieces in this room. And we'll also be almost done with Globos as well. Actually, I think we complete Globos very soon. Go. Perfect. All right. So yeah, we have collected every single honeycomb piece, so that's really good. And then yeah, we're almost done with collecting everything else. And so right now we have the final solo section with Banjo and Kazooie. And so hopefully the next like couple minutes we savor this moment, because this moment will be the last time we split up. Actually, for the next make it 3 minutes. Alright, we put the battery in there for the electromagnetic chamber, the EMC, to use the EMP device. I asked this question with my IRL friends, because I don't know what. No, I died. Okay, that's fine. But I know the EM part in EMP means electromagnetic. What does the P stand for? Is it like power? I'm like genuinely asking, because I asked this question with my friends and they didn't have an answer for it. I don't know if anyone would know the answer to that. Oh, okay. Thanks, Banjo, for climbing up. Pulse. Got it. That actually makes sense. I was thinking it was like power or something, or like something like that, but pulse actually makes a lot more sense than my thinking. Alright, we're gonna purposely take damage there just because we do want to do a death warp here. So that's why I was like a little sad that we died prematurely there. It's completely fine. We can just die now after we collect the battery. Yeah, we're gonna climb up here, and now we're gonna be doing our final minigame of the run. Yes, I think this is our final minigame, but we're gonna cherish this minigame as well. It's essentially it's called Twinkly something, but essentially we're gonna be Twinkly's packing, and so we're gonna be collecting a lot of Twinklies, which are the like little light bulbs that we've been seeing a couple times, and we're gonna actually do that as solo Kazooie. But that is because there are speed shoes in there, and that's way faster than what we will have access to with the duo. And so this is why this is the final split up section. Yeah, we're doing some backflips, like we've been doing with solo Kazooie now. Do a backflip here, and we're actually going to complete, I think, the magenta family. I think that's magenta. Point being, we're going to finish this family so to get another Jinja or another Jiggy, and then do this minigame. 4 more Jiggies left, by the way. We're almost done. Like 10 more minutes left, I would say. It's a safe bet. Okay, I hope I didn't click the game rules. Perfect. Sometimes I click game rule and I'm like, okay, now we're just reading the rules. But I guess I should explain the rules. Same process. Again, 1 point is red, 2 points is green, and 3 points is blue. And so we essentially collect these light bulbs, and then we try to collect 40 to win. And so the way I do this minigame is I try to collect the larger ones in terms of points. And then you do slow down with Kazooie, the more you collect. And so I'm trying to be smart on that end. There we go. And then now I turn in these because it should be around. Yeah, like I need 9 more. And now I'm just trying to collect as many as I can, as fast as I can. We're going to actually do a really important glitch coming up. Give me a green. Yeah, thank you. We're going to duplicate some eggs. That glitch we did at the beginning of the run, essentially. We're going to do it again. But just to 100, because, you know, we don't need that many. And then we don't want to play this minigame again. We're all good. And we're done with the final minigame. And then we're also done with the split up section. So hopefully we've enjoyed split ups and minigames, but we're done with those now. And now we have my favorite section after we drop this bolt. This is a weird camera. The washing machine section. I literally titled the split John Washing Machine because I think I'm funny. I think. Chat, let me know if I'm funny. I think I'm funny, but also I think I'm not funny, you know? Like that double-edged sword of comedy. But doing this final thing, because this is going to be helpless for the final section of the electromagnetic chamber, because we need that mumbo pad right there. Oh, come on, Banjo. Okay, now we're gonna head into Mumbo's Skull one final time. And I really like the design of this one. Very much of the, like, we're in a factory. Again, the different types of themes that Mumbo does here is just incredible. But we're gonna give one final Globo to Mumbo here. And we're gonna activate the EMP device. Or we're gonna use EMP. I don't know. We're just gonna use Mumbo's power magic here to just do something with magnets and all that. I don't know. Machines are complicated. So we're gonna go into the room we opened a couple minutes ago. And we're gonna go all the way up here. And use, yep, EMP. There it is. Yep, we're using EMP. Alright, so now that the magnet is absolutely freaking out, we now will be transforming into a washing machine so that we're able to hit a switch. So we're going to do that real quick once we get out of the transformation here. Alright. Go in here. Go back to floor 2. Here we go. Go into Wombas. And give one final Globo to them. And we should have 2 left. Perfect. So we have all the Globos. That's usually my sign of if I have all the Globos. I'm sure we have all the moves. And we're about to collect all the Jiggies and all the notes in coming soon. And then we should have everything by this point. Like, in terms of, like, numbers that I've seen so far. Which is really good. But now we're a washing machine. Yep, just like that. We're gonna now open the final room of the run, which is the repair depot. And with that, we're gonna now leave this room. That's all we need to do in this room. I would like to see the timer stay, but absolutely not necessary. Perfect. Yes. So, the reason why I wanted the timer to stay is get like a little sentimental. Is when I was like, I think like 10 years old or something on YouTube back in like 2014 or something. Map might not add up there. Point being, I clicked on a YouTube video that was a Banjo-Tooie 100% world record from the former world record holder of PG. And I was like, oh, what is this? Oh, it's Kazooie. You know, I played this game before. And I was like, oh, let me skip to the end. And then I specifically skip it to this part of the run, the final like 10 minutes. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. And I've always had that in my brain since. And so like, not only when I'm like on PB pace run, but like right now, like doing it for like a marathon, it reminds me of just watching that video when I was 10 and looking how far I've made it to this point of like, yeah, now I'm running it for a marathon, showing it off to many people, telling this story as well. And it's just absolutely amazing. And the only reason is because of that timer in the bottom left corner. It's always the little things. Yeah. Our goal now for this final part is we're going to be washing the workers' clothes the clothes from the worker bunnies. And so that's why we're a washing machine trying to clean all their clothes. And then once we clean all of them, we get a Jiggy out of it. And then the way we maneuver through floors here is we actually use elevators. So essentially quick travel through all the floors. So now we're on the 5th floor. Gonna start taking more damage because we're gonna need to take more damage for a Death Warp later. Enter this area. You can soft lock here, so I gotta be careful. I have soft locked here before. You for the clothes. And then if this guy who releases electricity is in the right place, we're able to do a kind of jump thing right there to get the final red Jinjo. And that is, I think, the final Jinjo that we needed to collect. And so we've completed all Jinjo families. So that whole conflict is now resolved. All the Jinjos have been reunited with their families, and they will live happily ever after. Especially since we've defeated Grunty now, like 2 hours ago. But we still got 2 more things to do. We still got to clean the workers' clothes, and then we gotta quote unquote beat the boss in this level. Oop, I fell. Am I able to get up from here? Yes, I can. I put that in quotations, and we'll get into that because the final level is kind of ambiguous in terms of how we complete it. Yeah, here we clean more clothes. Cleaning, cleaning, cleaning. And then we get out of here. Get out of this room, which is really weird. And now we're gonna go to the 3rd floor now to clean the final bunny's clothes. Oh, I went to the 2nd floor. Oh gosh darn it. That happens a lot, by the way, just to like let you know. That does happen. Like, you will go to the wrong floor. Okay. We've had an amazing run anyways. Might as well have a bit of a couple time losses. It's fine. Everything's fine. But yeah, we have this final one, and then we have another section. So we literally have 3 more minutes left before time gets called, if everything goes right. Yeah, here's our second to last Jiggy after we clean this bunny's clothes, and then we're gonna be death warping out of here. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for having me on tonight and do this absolutely long run for me. I don't normally do runs this long, but when I do, it's sure as heck going to be a good one. And so I hope y'all have enjoyed this. I know I have. I've enjoyed having a really solid run of 100% because this run is not easy. This run gets challenging at many points, and I'll take the time that I'm gonna get for this run. All right, 2 more minutes left. And we're gonna do one more weird clockwork shot, and this is gonna be the one that unironically sucks the most, but like not really. So we have to go into this kind of stairwell type of thing. Again, my brain is essentially just gone after running for 5 hours tonight. But we're gonna shoot in between here. Oop, nice, got it first try. And we shoot a clockwork. We have 5 shots. Okay, so that was a dud. It's fine. Make sure our egg truly does go through the thing. There we go. Nice, first try. That's 90. And then we should have, yep, okay. We're gonna check totals now so that we can call time accurately. 90. 24. Oh, we're missing a honeycomb. Interesting. And yeah, we're missing a honeycomb. Interesting. We'll pick that up later. But for now, let's see what we've missed. If it's in this level, that'd be great. Oh, Jolly Rancher Lagoon. Okay, that's fine. We'll figure it out. We'll do this, and then... Oh, that. I don't remember where this... Oh, I know where it is. And that was a dumb mistake of like 3 hours ago. All right, we're gonna do this. Would be the final thing we would do in the run, but we're gonna have to go back. But here we have this really long thing to kind of get past. Just like that. Nice. I'll take a first try on that. And time hasn't been called yet. We still have to get that one more item. Thankfully, this item is very close by. In terms of where we need to go for it. So we got to go back to Cliff Top. Thankfully, again, if you miss an item and you know where it is, like, again, I did this whole route by memory. It's thankfully not much of a time loss. It's like, this is just like probably like a minute and a half. Yeah, this has been Banjo-Tooie 100%, and I, again, had a really fun time doing this. I believe I am somewhat underestimate as well, which is fantastic. 455 was a really, like, I set that and I'm like, am I really gonna hit that? And I somehow did tonight. All right, get ready on time. If I can hit this. And time. All right, that should be everything. I'm gonna double check everything one more time. You have 90, 900, 25, 25, 45, 24, and 17. Yep, that is everything. GG. Wow, yeah, no, fantastic run. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Again, the in-game time is not accurate at all. But I had a blast doing this. I don't get to show off 100% much other than relays and then for really, really long-a-thon and really, really lots of lore. Yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/ad129sr. I stream occasionally, all the sort. And I will be back on Monday of next week with GeForce 100%. And so with that, we are going to do GeForce 100% and all that. And then 3 weeks from now, I will be in person running Banjo-Tooie any percent no bit clips for an event called Midwest Speed Fest. Excited for that. And then I'll be at RPG Limit Break in May doing my own run, or doing a run of Crescent Prism, which is an indie RPG. I have a lot of things going on, and I'm gonna have a blast. And so, thank you so much for having me, and yeah, hope you enjoyed.